let's say, America, North America, South America, different time zone. And good evening to people of Asia, Australia, Oceania, and so on and so on. We are having the 9th round, which just started. We had Mr. Secretary of State of Monaco, Mr. Michel Roger. He has opened the first move in the game of Pogonina Maria Muzichuk, the world champion for ladies, who is the only one undefeated so far in these 8 rounds past. And we are hoping that she will be still probably the only contender for Mrs. Hu Yifan to fight for the first place in this tournament. We have to remember that Mrs. Hu Yifan has half a point more. She is playing today with Zhukova, Natalia Zhukova. They play as people follow. They will play. We are going to come up with the games just after this little introduction. It was a very ceremonial opening of this round because Mr. Kirsan Imuzhinov, the president of FIDE, was also here. He was coming to wish them good luck because he's not able to come for the closing ceremony because he will be in Berlin, where the European Blitz and Rapid Championship is taking place. So the ladies are, ready to fight after a free day of yesterday, which was passed rather nicely for all of them. Some of them took very much needed rest because, who were not very successful the day before, were probably anxious to use the free day to recover their, let's say, chess weapons, to prepare better for the round of today, and to, of course, get some kind of break after many rounds of difficulties, because especially for those who were not very much successful, as for example the youngest participant Kadem Al-Sharieh, because she was the only one so far that she was not able to win one game. All the others at least won one game so far. So yes, I hope that the girl can come up in last 3 rounds with to find herself, because he was very much close to winning the day before to Hu Yifan. She was standing much better, and her advantage somehow vanished because maybe she played too quickly, or she was maybe impatient and got impressed by that the win would be probably the cessation of this tournament and so on. So she just misplayed some moves, and then later, of course, her position collapsed in far end game. So we have today, I would like to start actually with a game of Mrs. Muzichuk, but Pogonina Muzichuk, they have played the World Championship finals this year in Sochi. Maria Muzichuk was better. She won that match. It was a tough match. And I can say that they are well prepared, not only theoretically, because you can see that their opening choice is, going fast. They are playing this favorite line of black, which is Grunfeld defense. Maria Muzichuk likes always this opening, so they are both in a way prepared to fight and to probably Mrs. Pogonina would like very much to have her revenge, because by losing World Championship match she wouldn't be too happy, although her big achievement was to come to the finals, which was of course a bit surprise to many people, but she was able to win against Mrs. Kramling in the semifinals. So she has recovered after some very difficult positions she had in last games, because her play was not convincing. She was not happy with herself, as she says alone. So yes, today it's going to be a kind of remarkable. We are going now to come to. Yes, this is going to be, of course. I'm just sorry, E4 move was not played yet. The move was played Bishop D2, as far I remember. and after bishop g7, then it happened e4, knight takes c3, and bishop takes c3. This was the kind of probably of preparation. White is playing a rather safe position. She doesn't want to make her pawns, as usually happens in Grunfeld, b takes c3 and so on. I think this is less critical for the whole variation of Grunfeld defense. It is less ambitious move too. And she now thinks how to put up her pieces, which, yes, of course, she has lots of possible choices. She can place her bishop on c4, which is not bad. And after any kind of, let's say, c5 move perhaps can happen. Then maybe knight just goes to e2. And whatever happens again, takes on e4, just bishop would take and so on. They would play some kind of endgame, which might be just, let's say, symbolically more favorable for white because it has better development. Or just if c takes d4 position, it's also possible to recapture by knight on d4. And of course, this is, it is leading to much more complex plays with knight d7 move or immediately maybe a6 to play b5 and to open pieces, or even knight c6 in this position to have just knight c6, for example, knight takes c6, bishop takes c3, and more or less the position would be coming to, yes, very quiet chess waters, what would approach us to probably very dead equality, and it would be very aiming much to finish in a draw this game. But of course, I understand that Mrs. Pogonina didn't show her ambition after choosing move bishop d2 to do it. So I believe that she is happy with a very safe play, not to risk very much. And Maria Musicuk is fighting for the first place. She's almost obliged to win, but there are no guarantees in such a positions. So we can go back now to the main rival in this tournament of Maria Musicuk, who is Hu Yifan, as she is leading half a point ahead of her and 1 full point ahead of Koneru, Mrs. Koneru of India. Hu Yifan is playing Zhukova. They play this Spanish, which is very well known theoretical line. We are going to come to this. Nothing special is happening. It is perhaps better that we move to some other games where maybe some more interesting position coming up on board. For example, I would be liking very much to see Mrs. Koneru game with the Kostenjuk Alexandra, because the opening is showing something which, is not very usual and very common to get in today's tournament practice. And for that reason, it is worth just seeing these opening moves as they were in a way all logical, of course, but so, for example, just to follow, it was happened knight c6, c3, c4, e6. They start with the Nimzo-Indian defense. But Mrs. Koneru has taken queen c2, very fashionable line, yes, put up in practice already long ago. And now, of course, we are having now again this knight c6 move, which Mrs. Skripchenko played the other day also. And this move, of course, is very difficult. She played this move Zagnidze, I remember, more or less a very similar type of position, not exactly the same, but yes, it enters the possibilities for black to, when the bishop has come to b4, then you play d6 and you're aiming just to close the game with this e6, e5 and so on. So this is in a way kind of opening which tries to be simplified in a way, but it's not. In this position in particular, in the other game, if you remember, this bishop was exchanged for bishop on d2, so there were no black square bishops. I'm talking about game Zagnidze, Mrs. Skripchenko the other day, but which Mrs. Zagnidze actually won, her only victory in the tournament. But today, of course, we have a completely different type of position, although, yes, the structure of black is almost remaining the same. The only difference is that white, instead of having 2 knights on board, white will have 2 bishops on board against this. So after queen e7, a3 happened, bishop took c3, there were no many surprises. Mrs. Coneru and Kostenyuk, they know each other very well. They've played many times. And the score, of course, there are always many games which are blitz and rapid, so it interferes something. But my impression was that, yes, the result was more or less equal as I could find, with maybe, yes, one victory for... one more victory for Mrs. Coneru, as I could see, but of course they are playing this game in a situation where, yes, Mrs. Coneru lost the last game. Mrs. Kostenyuk should be happy that she has made a draw against Pia Kramling because she misplayed her position very much. So, yes, they are not very much. Probably believing that in their, let's say, intuitive way of play here, so they have to make very solid moves in order to get out of the positions which are, they can be dangerous, double-edged. So, yes, they play quiet openings, it is clear, both of them. So we are coming now to the position which was played so many times in tournament practice, knight to d8, yes, and of course, now the question is what move you like to play. You can play, of course, knight d2, you can play e4, you can play many moves, so yes, maybe, yes, e4 was possible immediately, of course, but white has a choice, because it is obvious that the e4 move now would not be very much suggested because of bishop takes f6. It is clear. So black has just to continue developing pieces, probably pawn to a5 first, and then would make a knight bd7 move, which belongs there to this place. But yes, it is. This is some kind of position which requires very careful play by black, because 2 bishops of white, when the position opens, can really become very unpleasant for black pieces, because all types of endgames, you know, especially if the game opens, some diagonal opens, then bishops start working very well. Okay, they have more or less their opening choice. They're coming. Let's go back to the game of Mrs. Skripchenko and Mrs. Kademal-Sharieh. They are really not doing very well in this tournament because, yes, they lost many games. Mrs. Skripchenko at least won one, although, yes, she had much more promising positions than her result would say. She's helping very much the organization here. We have to remember that she was yesterday translating the reception at Mr. Michel's Roger residence, because there was a big reception for all participants there. And Mr. Roger was very kind. He was, yes, he was a nice host. So he was even pronouncing, yes, words favorable to chess. Mr. Kirsam Ilumjinov of FIDE responded with also a very nice speech, and Mrs. Skripchenko did this traduction from French to Russian and from Russian to French. So she was very active, and yes, she was helping a lot in Monaco in general, for the Chess Club of Monaco, many years. She was very active, bringing many colleagues of her from Eastern world, I would say, not only from Russia, but also from Ukraine, from Georgia, from Georgia. So she was maybe Bulgaria also, yes. She was extremely active in the chess world of of this principality. And in France, she has many followers because of her, passionate approach to chess and some kind of very, good friendship with many chess players, especially ladies who are appreciating her let's say attitude of openness and generosity to invite them just because she's believing they are good and so on. So it is really remarkable what she did. Okay, they have started this position of Mrs. Skripchenko Kademalsharie. They had not an easy tournament so far, so they are starting on a very cautious note, the opening moves, because when your confidence is undermined, it is not easy to make a good psychological choice of your opening. Sometimes if you overtake the risks in a position can be punished, and then it can profound your personal crisis. So the main excuse me just a minute, I have been bishop f5 was played first. Sorry, if I have been seen, bishop g2 castle, and then d3 e6, and now happened knight h4, I think. Yes, and after knight h4, bishop g6. Yes, this is what has happened. I'm obliged to enter all these moves because I can follow the games from the live coverage, but I cannot get it I cannot have it automatically on my screen for analyzing with you, people who like to follow what is happening. But of course, yes, it is. It takes always some time to come up and update all the moves they are making so far, especially if they play very quickly, and what is the case in many of these games today. So yes, we have this kind of position. White will play, of course, the choice of this is in a way very similar what Mrs. Stefanova likes to play this type of positions. As we remember, she won a nice game against Mrs. Kostenyuk the other day. But the position was a little bit different, because in that game somehow Black had opportunity to keep her bishop on board for some time, but she sacrificed the pawn by playing h6 and g5 very quickly, which happened that the pawn was sacrificed was not so good. So Mrs. Skripchenko, yes, she is very experienced. She likes these type of close positions, which are also, yes, avoiding many forced theoretical lines in many openings. And I remember that those kinds of positions were very favorable of Leonid Stein in the 60s of the last century. He was one of the most promising players and extremely talented. He was very unlucky to die young, with the age only of 38 years old, not even 39. He died just in 1973, so he was, yes, and he was having his best results. He was playing wonderful chess with a great understanding of these close positions. And it was one of his styles. And even Bobby Fischer, I remember, when I asked him whom does he think is the best Soviet player, he didn't mention in those years Spassky, whom he was losing in individual scores, but he was saying probably the best is Leonid Stein. I was very surprised as a young boy that Bobby Fischer was respecting him so much. But with the time and with the age, I have realized that Leonid Stein was a great player, much greater than probably the chess history gives in place, and I suggest to many people who are following history of chess and especially chess games to make a little look at those really nice games and pieces of art of Mr. Stein. So these kind of positions are well known. There is now no much surprises. We just move on to Mrs. Stefanova, who is another, let's say, improviser on the chessboard. She likes to keep her style always unachievable for her opponents, because it is rather very difficult to prepare for her, because although she likes, for example, she did open today with against Mrs. Nana Zagnidze, who should be boosted a little bit after the first win in the tournament. Mrs. Stefanova, I remember, she liked and used very much to play bishop g5 move. But in this tournament, somehow he didn't dare to make this kind of experiments, although it is not a bad move at all, not in general. But yes, she tries now to make her choice of openings, which is very solid, keeping the center and pushing her pawns carefully. She doesn't want to go too fast, as we know. Yes, pawns cannot go back, so she likes in a way to make it. I'm a bit even surprised that she has played the c4 move in this position. Okay, bishop b7 happened, and after then she has moved knight c3. Because she is giving now some possible action of bishop b4 to make a pin, or knight e4 to make exchange of one piece. And yes, she does. It is her choice, but Mrs. Zagnidze has decided to play d5, a move which, in my opinion, is not necessary, and it's too early, because if you have a look, these kind of positions which are coming, is that black is obliged somehow to close with c6, and after bishop d3, I'm not sure that bishop is standing better on d3 than on e2. I think it is probably standing better on e2 after such a... But bishop d3, of course, looks much more active move. So it is, yes, it is likely that Mrs. Stefanova, who likes to put her pieces always active, is doing this because of that. Now, of course, yes, we have maybe possible e4 move is quite possible in this position, although she didn't play it, but she's thinking she might play it actually. What is not a bad move in general, but it is perhaps too early because you didn't castle, and when they exchange on e4 everything, then bishop may come to a6. For example, we make just a little observation. So maybe now bishop comes to a6, and white has no chance to castle. So it is a bit too early to make such a move. So I think this is the reason why she waits, and she will come to castle probably. We are going to see it very soon. Of course, she thinks, yes. She might play, maybe, yes. But there is nothing better than to castle, in my opinion, which the move is quite logical. And then you have chances to go with e4 move, which also belongs to this type of positions without question, because bishop on b7 is closed by the pawn c6, and black will have to lose some time before opens c6, c5, and white might get some important positional advantage, because yes, bishop on b7 may stay closed for some while, and I think that Mrs. Stefanova, as a very experienced player, knows this type of positions how to deal with. So okay, she's still thinking. I believe she will castle, but let's see a little bit later. Let's move now to Mrs. Kramling Muzichuk Anna game. as they also know each other so well from the past. They have played many games, they've met many times. Yes, the score among them is also with so many difficult, so difficult to see the results when you have many blitz and many white games. But in general, they are very known to each other. Both of them are very solid, so it is quite reasonable that we are coming to the position which Mrs. Muzichuk knows very well. It was the line of this, yes, d4, d5, I think. As far as I remember, it was this Meran defense with bishop g5, which would come to the Botvinnik variation after knight f3, d5. It would come to Botvinnik variation, which yes, is very... Can become very sharp, although it is depending how black would try to play, because black can go for very sharp lines. We are going to see it very soon after bishop e6, and white played principal move. I think this is the most principal move in the position, because yes, and now the possible move is d takes c4, e4, h, knight bd7. How was this everything? b5, sorry, in this position, and after e5, h6, and so on, bishop h4, g5, g5. And even possible move is bishop g3, which is also good, but also possible knight g5. So there are many lines, sharp lines, where, yes, some unorthodox positions are happening on board. And this is why Mrs. Muzichuk didn't like to enter these all lines, and she's playing immediately h6 move in order to declare white's bishop on g5, what to do, go to h4 or take on f6, which eventually happened. Very logical line too. Miss Pia Kramling knows very well these type of positions, because she has, yes, prepared and played a lot, many games. So she played immediately, and after g6, after e3 move, g6 happened, and now we have, yes, very quiet game. I think black's intentions are to keep the game closed, developing two bishops and trying to make some very late middle game, let's say, attack in the center, to undermine white's center, because white has a very solid center. Black is losing much time to develop bishop on g7. It's another tempo. Queen should go from f6 somewhere, because it is not well placed. It is exposed to possible attacks. So that is the reason why Mrs. Pia Kramling played immediately this move. Bishop d3 takes on e4, and now on c4 bishop, and now knight d7. Okay, logical is to castle, of course, but she played a4 move, which was, yes, a move which I was recommending long time ago also, to play this move as an idea. Of course, normal, as I was also talking the other day, when you play a4, after knight d7, Pia Kramling first castled. I just want to be very accurate, because it first castled, and after castling, then black played the bishop g7 move, because it would be bishop on b8, yes, and only now happened a4 move, which was, yes, the one I was already proposing a long time ago, I remember. And after a5 move, which would be logical to play, yes, the square b4 becomes very good for black, although white has many possibilities to neutralize by playing in the center with e4, e3, e4, and so on. It is square b5 becomes weak, and yeah, okay, this is a very well-known variation. And after pawn to a4, black simply castled. What is this game? I think is going to be one of interesting games to follow today, as and Pia Kramling justified, when I was talking the other day about this h pawn going to h4 or h5, or a pawn going to a4 or black pawn on a5. If your opponent allows you to move that pawn one step further, like now she did play a4, a5, then it is some kind of good achievement, I would say, because this pawn becomes, yes, it's advanced, but black is not able now to stop the action on quayside by playing a7, a5. So black will have problems to make pawn b7, b5, which is sometimes very useful for black in these positions. And if you want to play something like a b6 or b5 immediately after a takes b, and so on, black is obliged to take with the knight because rook on a line is pinned, as the followers of chess would notice that easily. So after a5, it is a logical, very logical continuation is also queen e7, because queen moves and prepares a possible attack by rook d8, e6, e5, or c7, c5. So yes, black needs to go on the long term, having two bishops on board, because hoping that these bishops sooner or later will come in play by opening some diagonals. So in general, yes, it is very logical to see that that black will play its normal. So that is it, and so we go queen e7, yeah. And after queen e7, white is now also, yes, moving her queen, and after rook d8, she probably plays rook fd1, which is all logical. Yes, which is all logical, although, yeah, each side is having its trumps in a position. Not pawn. Black didn't move much her pawn c6 or from e6 on c6, so you can see that the black bishop on c8 is rather close. So her natural task would be to try to move those pawns sooner or later. So it is quite possible that she will have to have some, yes, setup which might not be very, let's say, very harmonious. For example, yeah, maybe pawn to c5 is possible to happen. Maybe even rook to b8 can be another move, because the idea of this move would be to play with the pawn to b5 to open some lines and to develop a bishop, and after b5, for example, rook b8, something, yes, something maybe some pawn to e4 perhaps is the right move. So then let's suppose we take, and pawn takes. Black would be able then to take with this pawn. Of course, there are many critical lines here, like with some move like e5, but it is not easy that after bishop b7, for example, the idea of black is to play this c5, and after d5 you will see that the square e5 is on attack, because bishop g7 and knight d7, so it would be not possible for white. And if perhaps black after d5, yes, it is, yeah, white would, yeah, the position would become probably in favor of black, because the bishops are opening his diagonals. But this a5, a5 move for white is giving her a line, and maybe after bishop b7, maybe one pleasant move for black could be rook a7, because it is very difficult to make some. c5 is possible, of course, this is without question, but yes, maybe it is nothing special for white. Yes, even this is nothing special probably, because as I see, it doesn't make maybe pawn takes here, bishop takes here. What to do? Yes, it's somehow something is wrong with white position. Maybe queen g5 check comes king goes, knight takes e5. And black's position is, yes, better, already better, I would say. So, yes, there are many tricky possibilities for both sides. So she did eventually play rook b8 move, Mrs. Muzichuk. She knows this type of position. She knows the way she has to play it. So, yes, we are going to see very soon what are going to be the ideas of Mrs. Kramling, because she's also very experienced, and she will have to make her choice whether to play e3 move, which is always committing, or to play something else, much more quiet in a way, yes, which would be perhaps. But in general, yes, e2, e3, e4 is not necessary move. Maybe she can just play h2, h3, some waiting move. Because whenever, for example, b5 is played, something like, let's say, opening the king is never bad. And after b5, a takes b6, a takes b6, she can maybe play immediately bishop a6 to exchange one piece and play this quiet position where white, yes, black would probably equalize very soon, but white doesn't take many risks here, as we can see. So, yeah, let's wait. She will have to show now if she is ambitious today. If she's really willing to put up center, then of course she has to worry when this when playing move e4, this bishop becomes extremely strong, pawn d4 becomes vulnerable, and after the moves of b5 and later possibly b5, b4, I mean, yeah, everything becomes in favor of black's bishop, who are having, yes, good diagonals. Bishop on b7 would come, and the other bishop on g7, that's the longest diagonals on board, are strategically very justified for black to play this way. And also it is fair to say that when black has chosen this line, she understands that her position is eventually from the opening more passive. She has to wait, but she is not in rush. She doesn't have to make immediately some central opposition or whatever. She simply needs to open and develop her pieces, because the bishops are waiting later when the game opens to make it work. What is in general a strategic aim of this position for black pieces, how to play. So, yes, we are now coming back to Mrs. Koneru, because she has made. We are having also no, but this I'm having completely different. Different pictures on the screen. Actually, cameras are showing different, although, yes, Mrs. Hu Yifan is there. Let's have a look at her position, because she is playing Zhukova, and it is fair that they started with, fair to mention that they have started with knight c6. Yes, this, as we saw and we said before, it was the Spanish defense. When we are talking to Spanish opening, yes, yesterday was the Spanish anniversary day, because you have to know that on the 12th of October, Columbus has discovered America, and this day is celebrated all over the world, where the Spaniards conquisted South America, Central America, and the part of North America. This is America's actually holiday, not really holiday and fest day. For the Spanish it was. For the Americans, probably they would like to forget that day. But in general, it was, yes, very celebrated holiday during, actually, discovery during the reign of Isabel Católica, with Carlos with Fernando of Castilla, who was the king of Aragon, and queen of Castilla was Isabel Católica. And it is fair also to say that the words of queen, or actually dama, or whatever has been introduced in the chess vocabulary, it is coming from those years in the 15th century, because Mrs. Isabel Católica, she was always in the battlefield. She was leading her forces to fight in those years Muslims who were already there in the Iberian Peninsula for 700 years. So she was, and they introduced this, because the real word for the queen, we call it queen, it was before Verzir, Fez, it was like kind of prime minister, because it was not real queen next to the king, it was prime minister who was taking care of this, like Mr. of State of Monaco today who came here, state minister, it is, they were making, of course, many important political decisions, and they were always very close to king. So this is the reason why this has changed in the 15th century, and the vizier, or let's say prime minister, became eventually a queen. So this Spanish opening, nothing new actually is happening so far. I mean, they went rather, they have played their game rather quickly, because the opening choice was obvious. Everything was known, so there is nothing to. So after bishop e7, rook e1 happened, pawn to b5, bishop to b3, and after that d6 move. Black didn't like to speculate with castling to make this martial attack, to make this famous pawn sacrifice in the opening. Yes, when we come to martial attack, it's also interesting to say that Mr. Marshall was playing many times in Monaco in the beginning of the 20th century. So it means Mr. Marshall, as far as I remember, I think that he has played 2 or 3 tournaments in the beginning. So let's say perhaps in the beginning, in 2001, Mr. Marshall probably, if I remember well, he played, but his result was not so good. Frank Marshall was, he was sharing 6th and 7th place with Mises, another strong player. And but they brought many ideas in chess, of course. And then Mr. Marshall also played next year, 1902, which was the tournament won by Geza Marozzi of Hungary. The first tournament in 1901, which is really remarkable, that Monte Carlo was having a very long tradition of this strong chess events. Actually, the world top were playing in those years. In 1901, Mr. David Janowski won the tournament in front of Chigorin, and there were more very good players in those times, like von Scheve, Schlechter, Alapin, Marshall and Mises, as I said, and so on. In 1902, Mr. Marozzi won because he was one of the strongest world players in those years. Pillsbury was second. Mr. David Janowski, who won in 1 year previous, was sharing second and third place with Mr. Pillsbury. Fourth was Richard Teichmann, a fantastic player who was extremely talented. Schlechter was fifth with Tarrasch. You can see how strong players. Chigorin was only 8th in the tournament. You can imagine Mikhail Chigorin was a great theoretician in those years. Wolf was 7th and Marshall was 9th in that year, 1902. So we are, if we go back to 1903, you will see also something similar happen. Mr. Tarrasch won the tournament in 1903, which was extremely strong. Marozzi, who was in a great form in those years, was second. in a tournament. This was the longest tournament probably in a history of Monaco all tournaments, because they played double round, 14 players, so it means 26 games altogether. And Taras was convincingly winning this tournament. Marozzi was second, Mr. Pillsbury, United States, was third. And while Marshall was again only ninth. So Marshall attack was brought in, people remember, yes, of course, because he was preparing this opening to fight Capablanca, to fight, fierce opponents. But yes, he was not very successful, as we can see in this kind of tournament. So in those first 3 years, there was a tournament in 1904, but very few players took... it was double round tournament with 6 players only, and Mr. Marozzi again won the tournament. He was very good, with 7.5 points out of 10 games in those years, which was, Marshall was third in the tournament with 6.5, but Schlechter was second. Yes, Schlechter was also extremely strong player in those years and very talented. The same as Teichmann, of course, very talented. And Marshall was third, as I said, 3 points. So this tournament was much shorter. Mrs. Zhukova doesn't want even to show signs that she is ready to play martial attack, and she simply develops her pieces because she has completely different ideas which opening she should make today. So she castled. There was no surprises. H3 is played as all theoretical lines show. She played an immediately move rook e8, which might have been, of course, her preparation. She is allowing, of course, knight g5, and after rook f8, knight f3, rook e8, and so on. Yes, she's ready, but Mrs. Huifan is fighting for the first place. She's not even having in mind to make this kind of repetitions, because her ideas are just so they're coming to this Zaitsev variation, which was one of the variations. Mr. Zaitsev, who passed away some years ago, Igor Zaitsev, he was very good help of Mr. Karpov, and he was analyzing these positions. And in those years, in the 70s, early 70s, he was one of the best theoreticians. He's a specialist of the Ruy Lopez or Spanish opening. And Mr. Karpov won many games in this line. I remember, once, I lost also very nice against Mr. Karpov, because after that I said, I don't know where did I make mistake, but I just lost it. And it was, I was somehow proud that you can lose a game that your opponent just, outplays you in a game. And then, of course, I should have been making some mistake, because with white pieces, it's unlikely that white should get this. But, gradually, if you don't play always the most accurate moves, you can get into difficulties. And against Karpov in those years, if some people can look at his games of those times, they will realize how dangerous he was when he gets the most minimal advantage in a position. He was just, building it up and closing all the ways of counterplay for you. So, yes, it was really the time of the reign of Karpov, who succumbed later to Kasparov, who was, of course, 12 years younger. But, yes, and Mr. Igor Zaitsev was the specialist of this opening, and Karpov won many games in this opening because of Zaitsev, who was his second, and who prepared him very well to make this opening. So he was playing against Pasky in semifinals. So it was probably semifinals of the candidates tournament in 72, 73, actually 73. Then he won against Korchnoi the final match, but of course Korchnoi didn't play e4. But in general, Karpov was very well prepared due to analysis. So this variation became very popular in those times, those years of the 70s. So it is not to be surprised that many, let's say, Soviet school players still remember that this opening is very solid, very good for black, very resilient. So they apply it today even, yes. So bishop b7 happened, knight bd2, of course, and these kind of positions are very well known. And now bishop comes to f8, because the idea of playing this way is that that black is not allowing white to move the knight from d2 quickly, because pawn e4 becomes weak because of knight f6, and it is very accurate play. And the idea of black is possibly to play knight a5 and attack the bishop, and just pawn e5 is well protected by the rook. So it is a harmonious display of pieces for black, I would say. What was the main idea of Mr. Zaitsev when he was doing this? He was extremely sacrificed person for Mr. Karpov. He really liked very much to work hard, and then sometimes I remember he was saying himself and the rest of the team of Mr. Karpov that they were working on this until 7 o'clock in the morning, the whole night, because you have to remember there were no computers. Sometimes, yes, you need to make your protege, yes, the boss of yours, who is competing on very high level. You have to give him the best possible weapons in hands. And computers today, of course, they facilitate the speed of preparation. But in those times, yes, we were without this, and only human approach with analysis was decisive in those years. I remember that Bobby Fischer was traveling with a whole enormous luggage of 25 kilos with lots of papers inside, and which were nothing else but bulletins, because he was taking bulletins with him and some chess books instead to bring clothes or something in those years. And the luggage was very heavy, and it was, yes, difficult times. And the most of everything was that you could not come to see very easy what was recently happening in the chess world, because those bulletins had to travel by post and to come to your hands after quite a long while. And people were, of course, always expecting this, especially, of course, chess lovers who would like to see what was the latest happenings and so on. So for that reason, they were following many chess magazines, like especially coming from Soviet Union. There were many magazines in old Yugoslavia, like Šahovski Glasnik, and of course later Chess Informant came out. But in Soviet Union, there were very good, let's say, chess papers, or I would say magazines like Šachmaty v SSR, which was famous, or chess in Germany. I think there was Schach Rochade. In Switzerland was Schachwoche. So in general, in France became later very popular L'Europe Échec. So in Italy, Scachistica, it was called Scacchi or some, La Revista dei Scacchi, or I don't remember. In America was Chess Life and Review magazine, very nice, very well prepared, everything. America was following very much from near. So, yes, in those years, people were not able to get those bulletins so quickly, so they were relying more or less on those reviews, which were not always accurate, because there were many theoretical novices which were able to be prepared in each laboratories. Before the competitions were starting, people were analyzing, preparing it, and of course, before it got known, some repeated it and used it as a weapon to win more games. So we are coming to this position, which is, yes, Mrs. Huyifan did her logical move d4, d5, which was, actually it is not known to be maybe the most accurate move in the position, because if I remember well, White was first trying to make some kind of expectation, because the idea would be after bishop c2, of course knight bd8 could be happening, but the point of bishop c2 move is that after playing a d4 d5 move, for example, d4 d5 move, what is, yes, for example, it can happen like this, like now can be b3, and after knight bd7, then d4 d5, c6, c4 c5. The idea is to protect pawn d5 with a pawn and close black's bishop on b7, which is now actually hitting the wall, hitting the, let's say, a strong wall of pawns on d5. So it is not easy for black now to put this bishop in play. Of course, there are many different lines in this position. Maybe queen c7 can be played immediately, and later come possibility of playing a5 and pawn take on c4 and knight to c5 and bishop a6. Yes, there are many plans how to deal this position. But what I want to say, yes, but we are following the game of today, and this is d5, which Mrs. Huyifan decided to play very quickly. I believe that she must have had some experience. I don't have time here now to look if it's really true that her experience was already in this type of positions, but in general, she knows already what was a kind of position she's looking for. So she played, after knight f1, she played immediately knight bd7. I think the idea of this is to play now c6 move as soon as possible. White cannot stop it for the moment. And it will be, yes, it will be some kind of very known. So after knight bd7, knight 3h2 happened, which is also a move, of course. Yeah, I want to see if no, eventually this move did not happen c6 immediately, because she decided first to play knight c5 move, and after bishop c2, then she has played c6 in order to undermine. You can see now that white is not able to play c3, c4 and defend on d5 and maintain this bishop closed on b7, because yes, white has played with the other pieces. So white didn't play this possible wall of b3, c4 to stop the authority of bishop on b7 on this long diagonal, which is always very useful for black to have, especially in Ruy Lopez opening. So it is a way, yes, to deal these positions with very good understanding. Yes, and I remember that Mr. Gligoric of Yugoslavia was another expert of this opening. Bobby Fischer was always saying also that Mr. Gligoric is one of the best connoisseurs of this opening, as it was yes, very nice. They bring me some medal of Monaco, which is a nice gift here. Yes, Mr. Rapper, who likes to keep all participants very happy, is showing very much attention, I would say, with never hidden to the ladies, and he prepares them for maybe come back in the future, because he would like that they would be back next year or another year whenever possible. Monaco deserves this, and I think Monaco is ready actually to follow that tradition of the last century, because we have to remember that also Mr. Van Oosterom has organized many tournaments in Monaco during the 90s and the beginning of the 21st century. So the last tournament of a Melody Amber was finished in 2011, so it's only 4 years ago. So the memories are still fresh. Monaco is able to continue that tradition as one of the venues where, as I was saying yesterday, when you have a salon games of gambling like roulette, also many machines, of course, blackjack and poker and all kinds of games. Chess is a way, salon game, and belongs to here. People also can gamble in chess because if you take many risks, people say, yes, you're gambling. So we can have an extreme connection among salon games in general. Bridge is not played in these salons. I really regret that because I think bridge is one of yes, there are other hotels in Monaco, other venues which are having very strong bridge tournaments. But here, so if this is the place of salon games, I would say it is fair that Monaco comes back with another year of these grand events, not only among ladies, but also among men. Why not? I'm sure that players who were attending Amber, I remember, they were very happy. They were very much visiting casinos because especially after hard games, during rapid chess and blindfold chess, they needed a rest or needed to relax, and they were coming to casino just to relax because the atmosphere is, very cozy. They have all kinds of people. You have some people are not happy, of course, if they lose their money, but the hope is always that you will come and be successful. So those kind of places in United States, for example, Las Vegas, is very nice, very, very actually place to visit for, let's say, even with the family, because there are many attractions there, and adults and all people who like to gamble, they always have. They have very nice atmosphere around. Something is happening. There are many programs, many shows, everything. Las Vegas all in lights, so it seems that the city never sleeps, because yes, it is very lightful. So, and I'm sure that. The Far East, I was not in Macau or in some places. I think the atmosphere might be very similar, although they say in the last years there was some kind of, a little bit became sad in Macau because they had some problems before. It was a very famous gambling place in Asia. But but I'm sure they will build something or renew the way of giving. Of course, people are free to do what they like. It is normal. This is why casino exists, and this is, in a way, part of life today. That some states maybe don't allow it, but in general, yes. If people like to go somewhere, you're open, You have seen many times in life, many of us have experienced that when you walk in the parks or through the parks, you can see some paths in the grass, which is, there is some paths, let's say, where people they say that, yes, it is the path of the wishes, because people sometimes, in order to cross the parks, they don't follow the asphalt or the normal road or this, they just go through the grass and they come. Yes, it used to be the paths of wishes, because people really wish to walk that way, and so they make it. It is marked on the ground that they put it, the land becomes hard and people just make this way. So it is the same with casino, People follow something what they like, what they feel they need, probably. It is, it's nice if we could always get everything we like and it is free. So, Yes, the world is aiming that way. So we are coming back to Mrs. Zhukova because this game goes on rather quickly basis. Mrs. Zhukova is very known as good prepared player, and she plays rather quickly openings, even if those openings are not very clear to me, but she still plays them quickly. So like she did against Pia Kramnik, for example, she gave a sacrifice of pawn very early. But today she follows some logical of the position, and this is, they are coming to this after b4 move, knight move to d7 back, because there was knight d7 back, and after d c6, bishop takes c6, yes, it is, now bishop g5 happened, which is, yes, a way of playing these positions, normal. There is nothing wrong with it. And after queen c7 move, the idea, what white eventually wants is to exchange this knight, actually, from h2 to g4, in order, in my opinion, that, yes, knight g4 comes, knight takes g4, and of course another move would be queen f4, but hg4 is more positional, because the queen is required to stay on d line. The idea of white is very simple. The idea of white, I know that the queen g4 was also very, it is playable move, because the idea, you will see, is to occupy the square d5 with the knight from e3 and bishop from b3, and to get the squares and play against the black bishop on f8, which is closed by its own pawn. So the only really weak square for the moment is this square on d5. It is not so easy. This is the reason why I was saying that perhaps a queen take on g4, although it is not so logical, because h takes g4 looks much more logical. But now black has to be very accurate to attack pawn e4, I think with queen b7 or some moves. Let's have a look what was really knight g4. Okay, black immediately decided to go with the bishop to e7, probably to place it on g5 and stop knight coming from e3, because he's ready to exchange this. But yes, this is now the moment, probably, to make this move, and after bishop g5, probably to play either queen f3 move, either queen f3 in this position, or knight f5 move. But knight f5, yes, it is, of course, it is a bit, maybe too early to play knight on f5, because you're exposed to the move g6. For example, if we play knight f5 move, rook would come to d8 to defend pawn d6, for example, but and after bishop b3, it comes g6, and somehow this knight must go away, so it is not right time to jump to f5 yet. So the idea of bishop e7 is just to do that, to have bishop on g5, which is a very nice square in general. And I think white should actually play move queen d2 to stop bishop coming there. Although, yes, it is, there is nothing much in the position. I mean, it is, if white is able to come with a bishop on b3 and exchange it on d5 with favorable position, it would be a big achievement, strategical achievement of this particular, yes, a strategical achievement of this particular game. But it is unlikely that black will stay without resources, and black will just wait and look what is happening, you see. So after bishop e7, I believe that Mrs. Yes, she played eventually queen f3, she played bishop b3 immediately, and after bishop g5 move, she played immediately queen f3, which is, yes, logical move. In a way, the idea of after bishop g5 move, yes, is that you press on f7 quickly. You press on f7 quickly, so it will give no time to black to put bishop on e6 and oppose. You understand? If, for example, by this, there is no time for bishop to come back and oppose this diagonal because pawn f7 is vulnerable. So this is one of the most important, that you are not able to do something what is good. So you just stop action, white stops black action of putting piece on e6 to oppose, because bishop on g5 is very well placed without question. And when knight comes to e3 in one moment, now knight is ready to come to e3, only if, black can play queen b7 move and try to press pawn on e4, for example. By queen b7, you knight e3, bishop e4 is coming. And I understand that after bishop b7, the idea is maybe just to go away. The idea is just to go away, and this bishop would be lost at the end. This bishop on f7, well, because queen has to move, and queen will simply take on f7, you see. So it is, one of the ideas is to play queen b7 move and attack. Then rook a d1 would follow probably. Yes, let's have a look. Yes, eventually queen b7 happened because to stop this knight e3 move. So rook a d1 is another good possibility for the white here. Although it is difficult to say, she did play rook a d1, and after rook e d8, which is a nice choice, of black, because black wants to have this rook on c8. There is a logic for this, because pawn on c3 and rook on c8, when it comes, pawn c3 would be always attacked on the c line, and this is why rook e to d8 is quite... And I'm surprised so much that she's playing so quickly. She must have had this position many times on board. You see now rook d3 happened. The possibilities are, various. Rook a c8 will happen probably now, because it is quite logical. So after rook d3 move, she will think. But somehow it seems to me that rook a c8 is very logical to happen, because pawn on e4 is always under attack. Maybe knight come to e3 after that. Perhaps knight comes to e3, bishop takes e4. Yes, still difficult to get out of this. On f7 everything is protected so far. The position is not easy, and the time Mrs. Hu Yifan has spent on the clock, who follows theory from very near, let's say, because she's playing men's competitions very much, and her colleagues men are probably in China. They're also very much aware of what is happening in the chess world in theory, and they know very well. Can you imagine that she has spent so much time to make these opening moves, and Mrs. Zhukova is, all those 25 moves played is in general less than 10 minutes, which is remarkable. But the chess world of today brings us many surprises, although Mrs. Zhukova is very experienced, but sometimes, we cannot understand how is it possible that she plays so quickly. And she has a very good, reasonable position, which is not worse for her in general, because with two bishops, these knights, white is having only one trump, and that is the bishop on b3 and the square d5. If white is able to take advantage of this square, white would stand better and would be happy with the opening choice. But if not, black stands well. Black has a nice game in general. So yes, we saw this. Hu Yifan is fighting for the first place. Pogonin and Maria Musicuk are having their duel in this but somehow I'm not getting the game, and Pogonin and Musicuk, it is the game which we were following before. It went to this position after the opening. Nothing special happened later. So e4, bishop e2 was played, c5 came, which was quite logical answer to this. Knight to f3, I suppose, happened. No, excuse me, bishop e2, c5. She played immediately d5 move, which is, yes. I didn't, by talking to the other games, it's very hard to follow all of them at the same time. So d5, and now they are, yes, nobody, she didn't take on c3. She's just waiting that white takes on g7 to have her king close in position. So let's see really what was the e6, knight f3, e takes d5, and e takes d5. This position, yeah, more or less is knight comes to d7, just white has a free pass pawn, but very good blockade by black pieces, and this pawn, as it is isolated, there is no much support by other pieces yet, may become a target of attack. So yes, she just castled, and after knight f6 to take pawn on d5, white is obliged to play bishop c4 move, which is very reasonable move. So yeah, this is the position of the board. They are thinking quite a lot for those opening moves which might have been played perhaps quicker. But yes, it is. There were various choices, of course, by black. Could black do this? Maybe black can now still play knight e8 or knight e4 to place knight on d6 and have this knight, very nice blockade by knight on d6 because this pawn is blockaded. But as many, especially Mr. Larsen, I remember, says don't ever block any isolated pawn because this d5 is isolated pawn. Don't ever block it, I'm sorry, don't ever block it, just take it. It means prepare it to capture it somehow. So, okay, yes, Mr. Larsen was a very big optimist, and but of course he was an extremely great player. He had fantastic ideas, beautiful ideas, but sometimes over-optimistic. So yes, he believes he can capture it, but it is not easy. As white comes behind this pawn with queen to d3, queen to d2, or queen to b3, rook a d1, and so on. Yes, the capture of this pawn doesn't occur so easily as somebody might think. So usually players like to put a blockade on d6 with this knight, which is good, but maybe Mr. Larsen was advanced. He can play maybe some lines to attack immediately this pawn on d5, which could be maybe just queen d6, what is another of possibilities in this position. Queen d6 to provoke some kind of this bishop e5, queen b6, for example, because bishop on e5 is standing well, but closing the square for the knight, which is more natural for white. So, and black is just going to develop rook on d8 and eventually to press pawn d5. So this is, of course, another approach, another philosophical approach to this type of positions. Some like to blockade it and leave it there on d5 for a long time, and some people like to attack it and make it vulnerable immediately. So let's wait and see. This is the game which was inaugurated today, yes, by the authorities of Monaco and Mr. Irmginov, who was next to the state minister, Mr. Michel Roger. So we are keeping this position, yes, in mind that it may come later. I just didn't get somehow the picture of this picture of because I have completely different. Yes, I have a different picture. Yes, I was not able because Pogonina is playing Maria Muzichuk, but I was not able to get this picture. I mean the images of the tournament hall. Because, and this is why you are probably seeing the picture of Mrs. Hu Yifan, who has, eventually in that game, we would leave Maria Muzichuk for a while we come back to Mrs. Hu Yifan because we have her on the picture of video picture for the audience, and it is very logical. Now, the decision of black was to play eventually a4, a5 move to attack, and the possible threat is, of course, very clear. It is a4. And to make this bishop decide, either go to d5 or come back. Probably must go to d5. But another possibility for white is just to play a3 and make some kind of... and after taking on b3, another interesting possibility is to take with the c pawn, because as you can see now, after, for example, bishop can take on f7, and this rook would be hanging. So this is... a kind of, counter-attack. So a3 is quite possible, and when take, c takes b4, and then the square d5 with the protection of a3 pawn is another strategical, let's say, battle to come. Then bishop on d5 would be quite reasonable, because actually, yes, I think this is a very wise idea to take with the c pawn, because now immediately the bishop d5 can come, and after possible exchange of bishop on d5, for example, let's say black plays some neutral move like g6, let's suppose, no, just as an example, and now white plays rook d5, bishop would be able to take sooner or later, it's clear. So, and now, yes, white has time to play rook on d1, to press very much on d6, and then to play rook c3 and force taking on d5, because taking. So, or maybe if white is... now we can see that even this queen now can come to d3 to make pressure on d6 and pressure on b5 and really get better game. So this a5 move actually is not helping very much to black, because the square b5 becomes more vulnerable after a future exchange of white square bishops on c6. This move, but when pawn is on a6, this kind of course. But the problem was that black didn't have a clear way of playing this position. It was difficult to find what is her plan to do. If she puts rook on c8, it is standing well. But what is her next move? Not easy. And this is why I think that, yes, maybe she was playing too quickly, I would say, in order to get to this position. Although, yeah, she has so big time advantage, but... strategically, my impression is that white should stand better, because after taking, what is to be done? Maybe g6, king g7, yes, but then it's coming to d5. If something, yes, this is... I'm very much afraid that a6, a5 move is not very accurate move. You know, it is an easy move to make. Why? Because you're not making any blunder, it's for sure. But strategically, perhaps not very much justified. Maybe it would be only justified if you can have a straight away attack on pawn a3. So, but how to do it is not really simple, because white protects it with rook on d3 and queen on f3, and and the other rook can also protect it from e1 when you exchange bishops on d5. So strategically, I'm afraid that this type of position would be simply better for white. Yes, somebody who wants to use, yes, she didn't play a3 move. It is, yes, I'm curious. Yes, she played the rook to c3, I think, move, or what she did. Her idea is eventually to sacrifice on c6 and get... no, she didn't yet play this move, but she went knight to g3. I'm sorry, I thought, yes, this has happened. She went knight to g3, which is, yes, very playable move also. But after a4, she's aiming to put her bishop on d5 and get the squares, and pawn on b5 will be really badly placed. And my impression is that this was not a a4, a6, a5 move is committing. Yes, white now is using the squares. I see. Black must play now g6 move. That is no question, because knight f5 is a simple threat. When knight comes to f5, it will be extremely difficult to move. So, yes. Okay, we have one game finished. Pia Kramling has finished a draw, because it was visible that black was getting quite a good game in one moment. She has two bishops, which are always able to open the position, to make position open. And yes, white has been convinced probably very soon that there was no much way to continue playing. The position was becoming, yes, very much even, and they agreed to draw. Okay, I'll let you now with the press conference, both of them, they will say their opinions. We are coming a little bit later.
Finally. If I don't go, okay. Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to talk with Pia Kramling and Anna Muzechuk. They just have finished their game it was draw in 20 moves by 3-fold repetition. And now, okay, probably Pia, how was the game?
It was yeah, we can look here now. It was a very, very solid line for both players. Now, I mean, black gets the bishop pair, but white also has some, the position is close, you cannot open yet for the bishop. So
All is theoretical, no?
Yes,
It's
all
well
is very known. This. And now, of course, you have different plans. But I like just this idea, you put the pawn on just on a5, because black's idea is to push in the center. It could be sometimes with e5, sometimes b6. No? So b6, bishop e7. And so I just like to try this one. And now, queen e7. I play queen c2. I think it's a good square for the queen. Now avoiding e5 because then it's hanging on g6.
What happened to e5?
Queen
g6. Okay.
Yes. So she has to. She wants to open, but she has to choose the right moment. Otherwise, it can be fine for white. So here, and this is very solid. Rook b8. And now I play very solid mode h4. A little bit like waiting to see what black is planning to do here. And now, yes, queen b4. This was just a little invitation for repetition. But okay, here. So, okay, if I would play, I guess, maybe 94, just to keep on the position. But it's a position, if black managed to open, then the bishop pair will be strong.
Then you can be forced.
Yes, then
this is a problem.
So it's a little bit like black is playing careful, but in one moment, if she strikes in the right moment, it can be dangerous. And so I just wanted to play solid also. But okay, if I continue, I would probably play 94 here. And
then I was going to play like b6.
Yes, I take.
And take.
And maybe I don't know if I'll go rook a7 anyway in this position. Yes. But and I guess.
Yeah, because I have like here I have the same problem with some moves. If I cannot stay, so if I want to open, it's not. I can go e5. Also after c5 there is d5, and if I play immediately like b6.
This looks like more logical move.
Yeah, then white can play rook a7 or even bishop a6, and this pawn is a little bit weak. But after like when I play it, and let's say now I want to play b5 because after white takes, I can take with a knight. So this is like the threat.
Yes. So I come back or rook a2. I wasn't sure where I should put the rook, but okay. And then knight e4.
Yeah, knight e4 or to go. And now after this, I already probably I am threatened now c5 because after d5 the pawn on b2 is hanging.
But
so
now I can go now. Let's say in this I have written c5, but then no c5. No, rook a4 is coming. So.
This one is the position.
So okay. Now if I wanted, I could go rook a4
or rook a7.
I can go rook a4 first to kick here.
Yeah, then I go back.
And now I go rook a7, let's say.
Yeah, rook a7, I played probably bishop b7.
And we play and like this. Okay, now I also can go bishop a6 if I want to play this position.
Yeah.
But I think it's about...
It's about equal.
I
No,
think
looks like...
I think it's about level here, actually. I think so.
Yeah, now with the knight on e4 I can play e5 because this pawn doesn't...
But e5 still I still like yes, d5, yes. Now it's a little bit different, but the rook on a7 is annoying. So e5 cannot come, not yet, but in some moment, yes, in some moments. So, and this will be a very long fight.
Yes, but okay, it's okay. And do you feel already quite tired, Anna? I mean, no? You feel still full of energy?
Yeah, maybe because before the tournament I did a lot of physical exercise, so I feel quite okay. Just my result maybe isn't so good.
No, but physically you feel you have energy still to fight and.
Yeah, normally before I had some problems with the last round.
And what physical exercise exactly did you? If it's not secret.
Okay, even here I in the free day I went running and.
You go for jogging and swim, not?
I don't like swimming.
No, you don't like because a lot of chess players they practice.
Yeah, but I prefer running.
You prefer jogging. Pia, do you normally? I know you make some. Also, you like to walk, no?
Yeah, I walk a lot, and I like to go jogging also.
Jogging also.
But before I used to do it in tournaments, but now not so much. And I feel the energy. Yes, I feel
You feel you're tired.
I feel a little bit my age actually when I'm playing. A little bit that I am, yes, a little bit. So it feels a little bit like a long tournament. Yes.
Okay, yes, 11 rounds, and it's very strong, of course. That's why I asked, because I would be probably already like some lemon, no? I cannot imagine how Anna still has okay. Everybody is different. And, okay, girls, thank you very much. Si quieres me comentas en el vídeo, a ver, me preguntan en
Okay, we are coming back to the live coverage of the ninth round. You could have seen that one game was finished in a draw, rather quick draw, because the position was objectively very close to dead equality. I mean, they could have continued to play in dome, but somehow it was just very reasonable. I would say that yes, they couldn't find any possibilities for either of the sides, so they agreed to draw. I'm sure none of them is very happy, but the tournament continues, and yes, it's closing slowly by slowly to its two final rounds now, because we're in the ninth. There are 11 rounds. And today, Mrs. Kademalsharia, she's playing black pieces against Skripchenko Almira. The opening was, as I was covering in the beginning, they were having this kind of, closed time of d3, bishop g2, e4, and so on. We have this position. White has got two bishops, as you can see now on board. Black was, giving bishop on g6 long time ago. Then in one moment d took on e4, black pawn took on e4. In principle, black seems to have well-placed pieces, but perhaps she's missing this white square bishop now. On knight on g5 is also very well placed. Black is controlling, white is controlling this diagonal h3, c8, which is very strong diagonal, and now preparing to put her rook on d1 and to get this d line, which might turn to be extremely dangerous, because when rook comes to d1, the possibilities of, for example, when rook she is playing now, it is, yes, she has to maybe keep pawn on f7 protected, or maybe she can try rook fd8 move, which I think it is not a bad move actually, because you are trying to get your pieces in play. There is no other way for black. Black can play also a5, a4, following the idea. If your opponent allows you to go with this a pawn more, maybe you can really use it now. So she's probably thinking what to do. She did eventually rook a d8, which I am a little bit skeptical if it is really so good, because the problem is after perhaps a move something like rook de1, what I want to mention as a very unusual move in a way, but actually it is not so unusual, because what is the point of, for example, sorry, this is the move which happened. What is unusual about this move? It is not unusual, because the possibility is that queen goes to e1 to attack pawn on a5 and threat immediately bishop a5 to get the square, which is very important. The square on if rook in this position, for example, comes to d4, then even this move is able to happen. And when it comes like rook takes d1, and now pawn on e4 seems to be hanging, although it is not hanging, because after takes, rook comes to d7, which is, yes, attacking the queen. And now when the queen moves to c8, this would be the only move in the position, of course. When the queen moves to e8, white would have probably very good move to move the king on h2 perhaps, or even rook e7 is good, but then yes, then they just doesn't win a piece, doesn't win anything. But after, let's say, queen, yes, it is not simple to say it's winning, because I was thinking maybe this, but it doesn't seem to be winning. So yes, maybe this is not so much for. I thought maybe a possible move would be queen to d3, but there is always knight to c5 coming, so it is really not so simple. Oh, eventually, yes, this is the move actually, which might, but not so simple. I understand it is not so simple. So yes, queen e8 would come, and black would be defending somehow. So it is possible. She played rook a d1, not rook e d1. Okay, this is another way of, yes, after this she didn't play this, but she played rook a d1 move, which is another logical move, of course. But I thought that there was some kind of a trap in a position, which is not, probably was not working well. And that is the reason why of this. Of course, yes, Mrs. She still plays this move, knight, and we are coming to very similar type of position after bishop e3, for example, takes on d1, takes on, but she's holding this line. It's coming actually to the same position as I was showing before. Knight takes, rook d7, queen c8. It can come to it, but it is not clear that white really has advantage. I was thinking that there is an advantage, but somehow, yes, it is not not clear to me that the advantage is there. So black is defending, but just by unexpectedly well. So we are coming back to position after rook d4. White is thinking. White can, of course, always play bishop to c3 and keep and oblige black to take this rook, and then the position, yes, which is actually bishop c3 is quite a good move, I must say, because after rook d1, and after rook d8, it is possible, yeah. Maybe it is not necessary to exchange rooks for white. White can maybe simply play, but maybe possibilities to exchange also. It's yes, black has comfortable pieces, although I think white's rooks are, one of white's rooks should be preserved on board, because it is difficult perhaps to win without support of one of the rooks in this type of positions. But okay, this is yes, philosophical talk, because we are far away from very direct and concrete play. In chess, you have to be very accurate and play the moves which are doing something. Not yes, philosophy in chess is possible, of course, but it's not a good advisor to make too much philosophy if the moves are very concrete. If there is something you have to do right away, necessity calls, as they say, no? So, yes, she will, Mrs. Kripchenko will probably take her time to find the possible answer on this. And we are going to move to Mrs. Stefanova and Mrs. Zagnidze. They have played that kind of position. If you remember, we didn't come back to this game quite a long time ago. They have this, you will see this game on board, or I mean live. And after, which is, this was, so after castling, which happened, which was very logical to castle, then eventually e4 has happened. And after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, of course, yes. This was, yeah, take e4. Knight to d7 happened. And now bishop to g5 happened, and after bishop e7, coming back. Now they are exchanging pieces, more pieces. Queen takes on e7. And after rook e1, queen went to d6. And now knight came to e5. I think if this is the right position, what knight came to e5 eventually, and after rook a d8, yes, white is now to move. Knight is now to move, because eventually black has still no threats in a position, because on e5 is never possible to take. But and for that reason, maybe white has time to play rook ac1 move. This is a possibility, of course, to play rook ac1, because idea is to take with bishop on c6. Because if knight takes e5, pawn would take e5 anyhow. And if now queen exchanges here, rook will exchange, doesn't matter. And this move is never possible because of bishop h7 check. So in general, yes, white can still lose some time. Stefanova might play this rook c1 move, which is, yes, very reasonable. Maybe even... yes, it is reasonable, I must say, yeah, because there is nothing is wrong with rook to come to c1, but maybe she can do something else also. Perhaps she's thinking of placing her queen on this diagonal, and maybe instead of rook c1, maybe she's thinking of, yes, pressing her queen on here, yes, and provoking move g6, for example, which is logical, because move, for example, h6 would be just failing because of bishop h7 check, king h8, knight f7, rook f7, and then you see that this rook is hanging here. So this is, of course, another. So g6 would be obliged by black to play this move, and maybe now somehow rook will come to a, rook g6, pawn to g6, and rook would come a to d1. Obviously in this position white still stands better, although now it is questionable how dangerous this is. After taking and queen takes, you will see that if bishop moves somewhere, the queen comes to e1 with mate. Rook takes and rook mates, of course. So it is not easy for white bishop to go away from the e line, and that might be a reason why she has to make. But of course, knight c4 in such a position is quite a good move, because this move makes attack on a queen, and if queen takes here, it is clear that it cannot happen because of rook d1, and the knight on d7 will be hanging after queen moves. Yes, so knight on d7 is hanging. That is the reason why black cannot take this pawn on c4, and maybe, yes, queen c2 move turns to be justified in a way. So after g6, for example, knight to c4, which looks logical to me, black would be again obliged to move, to move the queen, to move the queen maybe to c7, maybe to f6, but I think c7 is quite logical square, in order to protect the bishop and have a possible threat of c6, c5, and finally open this diagonal, although has to be careful that some moment knight comes to d6 and makes a mess in the position. Yes, she is thinking she will find her way. It is fair to come to this game back, because sometime we didn't see it. Mrs. Zagnidze was losing much more time than Mrs. Stefanova, and she will probably have a slightly worse position and more problems with the clock. We are to Mrs. Coneru Alexandra Kostenyuk. This was the game we also left some time ago. I remember that the position was, yes, somehow very much even after the opening, but something serious has happened. We really have to come back, because we made these opening moves. We did make opening moves, but then something substantially. So we were watching the position after knight d2 and a5 happened, if people remember. I would like to give the picture of them, because it is always better when you show faces of the players, who is relaxed, the way they are thinking. Some people bite their nails, like even Kasparov used to do that in his best age and best form. It is a habit, of course. Some people, yes, like to touch the nose. Some people like to touch their hair and so on, yes. People show their possible character by doing all of these things, but it is not up to me to read their character, but it is up to psychologists, yes, to take a look about it. My commitment today is try to see what is happening in the games of the ground, and this is it started very quiet. Knight bd7, very logical opening moves. Yes, now b3. First it happened. I'm sorry. I didn't. After b3 it happened first castle, and then after pawn e3 happened knight bd7, and after bishop e2 knight went to c5. Perhaps too early to do this, but still, yes, she tries to be accurate. Rook must take on a1, it's very clear. Bishop takes a1, and after knight a6, some move which is also pretty forced in this kind of positions if you really don't want to get very bad game immediately. So after bishop c3 and after c6, white took on c6, I think black took on c6, and this is the type of positions where gradually white is trying to open the game for her bishops. What should give her some advantage, I must say, queen to b2 in order to strongly press on e5 the black's pawn. So for that reason, black has to defend it. And after castle, after castling for white, black is able to move this pawn to d5 and of course try to play in the center while white plays pawn to b5 and makes eventually attack on this, on the pawn on c6, yes. So my impression is that black is now, yes, more or less slightly worse only, I would say so. But it is really difficult to make a statement how much slightly worse black is, because white's pieces are well prepared, position is getting opened in a way. If black has time to play d5, d4, black would be staying better, but now has to worry about the knight on a6, which is not easy to make this knight enter the play. Perhaps bishop b8 is one of the moves, because there is nothing else but to come back. Or maybe, yes, if she likes so much, she can try to take on b5, but white must be standing a bit better because it has very strong bishops in general, but black's position is solid also, yes. So it is not. But imagine after b5, she eventually played move d4, which I was very much afraid of, as a matter of fact, because you are allowing some kind of exchange of pieces, like d takes c3, what is forced also, and after queen takes c3, bishop would take a6, and perhaps rook on a1 would give white some, yes, some slight, very slight advantage, perhaps. Although, yes, it is not so simple to prove that white's position is so much better, but I'm how good is this d4? Yes, I would say it's not a bad move, because yeah, black needs to do something quickly, otherwise would get worse of it. So she decided to play this d4, and now Mrs. Conero is keeping her bishop, doesn't want to give it away. And of course it will be very logical to take on e3 also and see this pawn. Yes, maybe you get some counterplay in this position, because maybe now it's possible to play c takes b5, c takes b5, maybe even queen c5 in possible move. It's difficult to say. Or maybe simply knight to c5, just also possible move, yes. So, or maybe it is just to play knight c5 immediately, which I'm not so sure it's good. But cb5, maybe knight c5 works well. This is kind, and this pawn on e3 is somehow weak, but b pawn is very strong. So, yes, white has good position, but white has two bishops and very nice pieces in a way. Knight comes to c4 perhaps to get squares or something. B pawn is very strong to bishop. So yes, my impression is that yes, black should be a bit worse in this position. White's chances are better, I would say this. So, and we are having this After having this, let's go to Mrs. Pogonina and Muzichuk. Did she play the move what I was believing she should? Pogonina Muzichuk, we have this game on the screen. She did play eventually. Yes, they made many moves. She played rook c1 after, and then queen f6 happened, and after bishop d3, knight d6 happened. So you can see, if you remember, black has decided to go for a good blockade with knight on d6, and after rook c5, queen b2 happened. She won the pawn, and now queen came to a4. Yes, black has to still to defend, because one of possible moves of white after this is maybe rook to come to b1, attack the queen and force queen to f6, and then simply white should have a rook on c7 and have some rook. But knight on d6 is extremely good blockader, as you can see, because nothing can kick it from this place so far. So rook cannot come to c6, no piece can come to e6. This knight, in order to exchange this, has to go over g5 and e4, or over d2 and e4 to exchange it. So it really proves that this move, yes, she played rook d8 in order to support strong blockade on d6, that it doesn't become shaky at all. So in a way, it is the position which is double-edged, in my opinion. I have impression that maybe rook comes to c7 and queen to f4 later. Maybe white will have to go sacrifice another pawn. Sacrifice not another, but this pawn d5 at one moment in order to get active play. Or maybe simply rook e1 in this position, which looks quite reasonable, I would say, rook e1, because you're taking the e line, which might become very important. I think this move is much better than rook on b1, because you are forcing the queen to go on good squares. And while rook on b1 is, if this rook would be standing on b1, for example, yes, like it would be clear that it is not the right square for the moment when the queen goes, for example, to f6 back. When this bishop gets out, or wherever, on d7 or on f5, wherever it goes out, this pawn is protected. So this rook is hitting actually stone, air, nothing. And that's why this rook is better to stand on e1. And that's why I suggest that her next move should be rook e1. Of course, this is continuation of their duel in the World Championship. They are both eager to show that, yes, they are better than the opponent. So Maria to prove her World Championship title, and Mrs. Pogonina to take revenge of her defeat in the World Championship, which was an interesting match, I must say, and was not very clear until the last game, because when the score was even and the last game somehow happened in favor of Mrs. Muzichuk, the position was not completely clear. If I remember very well, it was some time when I saw that game. I didn't see it recently because, yes, I know that they would meet, but I'm more interested about their encounters in general than about particular game, because their encounters are showing much more who has, let's say, better chances, better, more positive score against the opponent to be a favorite in today's game. So, and that is eventually Mrs. Muzichuk, yes? See, she deserves a status of a favorite in this game. Let's go back to Mrs. Hu Yifan, because she's fighting for the first place. She has Natalia Zhukova didn't make very accurate move a5 in my opinion. She will be fighting a worse position, and I am very curious how it will end up, because although you see now they are closing up by the time gap. Mrs. Zhukova was playing in 9 minutes 25 moves, and now she's thinking almost 30 minutes or more than 30 minutes. She's thinking only for next 4 moves. Now she needs to play a 5th move only. So you can see that her attitude was not very professional, in a way that I mean, she's a good professional, but what I want to say, that when you have a good position and good time and good opening choice, which she did very well, all of those, it is not normal that she is then suddenly coming into, in a position which she had no problems at all, because she started pushing this a pawn to a5, and then she realized something has happened unpleasant to her. So after rook d1, this pawn was hanging, had to go a4, bishop comes to d5, rook comes to c8, knight comes to e2, and king goes to g7. Was the way, now Mrs. Hu Yifan now controls all the white squares. Now she really stands strategically better, overwhelming, I would say, because all white squares are in her power. She can come with a king to g2, maybe shift her rook on h line and get even some attack on a black's king on g7, because now this bishop is standing very well on g5, but it's hitting the empty air. And one piece hits the empty air, it means that piece is, controlling some squares, of course, but by hitting an empty air is not well-placed piece in general. So, and white gradually improves the position, and I'm afraid that this game will be very much in favor of Mrs. Hu Yifan, and rather sooner than later, because now her strategy has been justified by domination of the white squares, which are, the strategy of the opening choice. If black didn't play very accurate, if she would have played very accurate, white would have had absolutely nothing. But black was a little bit too optimistic, perhaps, didn't take good measures to oppose, and now is suffering very strong pressure from white pieces. Okay, we are coming back now to Mrs. Skripchenko Kademalsharyeh. Last move in the position which we had some time ago was Iranian girl, young girl, the youngest participant in the tournament, without still a victory here, has played rook d4, move which looked rather aggressive, but it is the move which didn't prove much. So Miss Skripchenko went to c1 with her bishop, and after rook fd8, she did actually one move before it happened, which I didn't follow this game, so I really cannot guess what was happening. Mrs. Skripchenko went back with the bishop on g2, because in some lines this pawn was hanging, as for example we were seeing this line before I was showing to you, that for example line of rook d1 takes, rook d1 takes, then knight takes, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, rook d7. Queen c8 was saving blacks of, because when of course white takes, this queen takes h3, somehow it was not visible that rook e5 would happen, of course, and then black's knight would go to f6, threatening to g4, and it was not visible. White should be having better game by, for example, queen f1 to go for endgame, slightly better endgame always, but somehow not enough probably to get some clear advantage. Slightly better perhaps, only that's all with chances to make a draw. But for that reason, Mrs. Skripchenko went with the bishop to g2 first, which it is a little pity that this bishop controls many squares on this diagonal, but sometimes it has to defend her possible weakness on e4. That's why she did it and came back. After that move, rook fd8 happened, and now only this bishop c1 move, which is, yes, they had. Now there was, black was simply waiting to see what would come. And after rook d4, probably white played again rook d1. No, actually she didn't, which is correct. In my opinion, she did right not to play rook d1 because she needs one rook on board. She played a3 because she needs to stop the queenside possible expansion, although black cannot do much on this side, but still, yes, she was doing this. Maybe black should now make a5, a4 move, or simply come with the queen to d8 and make pressure on d line. Although, yes, it has to be seen that bishop e3 would be a threat. So then black rook must need to come back. So yes, black rook will have some lack of space, and knight on g5 is standing quite well. Perhaps one of the lines in this position might be something to exchange this knight by knight h7, which is not a bad decision by black, in my opinion, to exchange this knight, because this knight on g5 is very strong. And after some bishop e3 or whatever, just to go rook d8 back, and to play this position for, which is not, when black exchanges this knight, black would stay without problems because the other knight would come to e6. In this position, when we come here, you can see that this e6, this knight protects e6 square. So usually this knight should stand on e6 if possible. But this knight on g5 is very strong, so in my opinion, it has to be exchanged. So if she is clever, she should exchange it. In my opinion, of course, she is clever. We are saying this in a chess world. I know that she is clever, but she's extremely clever girl because with a little talk to have with her, she has good culture, lots of knowledge, she speaks English very well and everything. But when we say in chess jargon of language, we say clever, it means that you understand that you must good pieces of your opponent you have to eliminate as soon as possible. So the way of playing knight h7 is aiming precisely that, to eliminate good pieces of your opponent and try to defend a slightly worse position, because I always believed white was slightly better because of two bishops on board presence, which is, in the long run always very unpleasant, to play against. We know that the bishops are always pressing in endgames. They have a good range of action, so it is the strategical point to achieve two bishops and play with them. So we are coming, to the part of the game where probably some time. They are not really in time pressure. They both have a little bit more than half an hour, yes. Mrs. Skripchenko has a better time, so yes. But the other girl is younger. She's probably more fresh. She should be. But, of course, her confidence is very much diminished by many, many losses in a row. I think she lost 5 games in a row after making draw 3 first rounds. She lost 5 games in a row, which, the biggest optimist might have had diminished the confidence in self-confidence in such a strong tournament, because there are no concessions here. Every game is tough, difficult. Opponents are strong, well prepared. So, yes, it is pity. She's very talented. We have to admit that she shows a smile after making mistakes, which is a very good sign also, because she understands she made mistake. And yes, she needs to get some courage from, yes, her surroundings, probably people who follow her father who is around also. He tries to cheer her up because, yes, I spoke to him and I said, yes, she needs a little bit more of experience, but doesn't matter. Young players usually progress by every move they make. So, when you make every move, then you realize that, yes, you are becoming more mature, because every move is another life, another tournament, another life, in chess world. We live many lives, actually, because we play many tournaments, many games, and after long run, we realized really, it was not so easy. It was a tough world, tough life, which requires lots of dedication, devotion, energy, sacrifice. Yes. And, of course, very pleasant moments as well. Yes, which is true. But if people remember, if they know, maybe they read something, Mr. Petrosian in his experienced age was declaring to me, I remember, he says, one loss for him is so painful that 10 successive victories cannot compensate, let's say, emotional feelings he has lost. He had actually suffered with one loss. And that was the reason why he was always playing very safe. And sometimes I was saying to him, Tigran, you are such a great talent. You have been such a genius as younger and everything. Why do you play so conservative, actually? And you know what he answered then to me? He said, I'm not playing against my opponent. I'm always playing against myself. And that is true. That is absolute true. Bobby Fischer was playing against him too, yes? Because, he was afraid not to make mistake because, he wanted... Yes, it was chess is, fight against yourself also, your character, your weakness, everything. It goes that way for a professional chess player, especially on very high level, because Mr. Petrosian was the world champion. Later, he was one of the unbeatable, like a rock for the chessboard. Garry Kasparov, who was the best age of his career, was not even able to beat him. He lost some games. Petrosian was, fantastic player of the past. And many people forget this today because his way of understanding position and defensive resources were so great. Why? Because he was playing against himself, yes. That's it. Okay, we come back to the game of Mrs. Skripchenko and Kademalsharie of Iran. She returned immediately rook to d8, which was rather not a bad choice because she knows the rook on d4 is not placed well, and she is aiming probably then to play knight h7 move and hit this knight from g5. In a way, yes, this move can wait because there is no rush, although it is pity that this knight from c5, if, I say only if, white might decide to play b4 move, which is not the time to do it, I understand. But if white might decide to do it, maybe white's idea should be to play b2, b3 move and put bishop on b2 in order to press on e5, this square, although it is, yes, black position is rather solid, I must say, so it is not easy. It is not easy to have some more than slight advantage yet for white. But black has to play very accurately, and if she plays this knight h7, she might be able to defend successfully her position. let's move now to Mrs. Stefanova, Zagnidze. They had this position, if you remember. You will see the position on board. Mrs. Stefanova, I was suggesting to play move Queen to C2. If you remember, I was suggesting Queen to C2. I was also suggesting Rook C1. But I had the impression that this kind of position would have been more favorable than what she has now. But okay, yes, it is her choice. She did eventually play move Rook C1, as I was pointing before. It was another option, of course, good option. We cannot say anything. But for example, I understand that now black can really take this pawn, and maybe just queen come to C7. And of course, now C5 is coming as a move. And another possibility is rook takes E5. So for white, what to do for white? Maybe white would have what to do. It is not easy. Because if you play F4, then C5 is coming, and black has very comfortable game. C5, exchanging bishops, and okay, white has this, but nothing. In a position is absolutely nothing for white, in my opinion. So the reason why this Queen C2 move was more precise, more subtle, yes, she had a thought, actually. I was thinking that she must think, because it's one of critical moments of this particular position. And she did it, but she played Rook C1. Yes, okay, it is, yes, game of chess is always like this, because if you don't take your, chances, okay, of course, this is some kind of Queen C2 is possible to be played. It's also true. There is no, objection. And after Rook E5, for example, that can be another line. After Rook E5, Bishop takes H7, King H8. It is difficult to make somehow that you enter to give some attacking chances here. Although yes, white might still stand better. But how better, it is very difficult, yeah, because you see, black is doing fine. Rook E8 is coming and so on. And once when black opens this move C5, only black can be slightly better, because 3 against 2 on a queen side is always a little advantage if the king is very safe. And king here is, for the moment, eventually staying very safe. And it's very difficult to go away. Bishop must go actually to D3 in this position, because bishop c6, queen e1 mates, as you will see. Yes, you see that queen mates here, so there is no chance for this. And if bishop goes to d3, it is a way pity. So bishop had to go actually from h7 to somewhere. Yes, white would have nothing in a position, and this is, yes, okay. But rook c1 was played, so Mrs. Zagnidze, she did eventually take on e5, yes, as we were suspecting that she would do that. And now she will think, and she will play probably either queen to c7, or maybe even queen to b8, I don't know. It is also a good move, queen to b8, because pawn e5 is very strongly pressed, which is also a good move, I must say, yes. So after this, maybe queen to b8 is a nice move, because pawn to c5 is coming. This rook on c6 means nothing, bishop takes, so yes. It is a good move. So yes, Mrs. Stefanova, I have impression, will regret later she didn't play queen c2 move, in my opinion, which would have given her some better chances than she has now, in my opinion. But okay, it is. The game of chess is always full of regrets. We always regret when we don't make some move we had in mind, and later we see that we made mistake with another move we did make. So, yes, this is happening today also. She will realize. So I'm coming to Mrs. Kostenyuk game, which I think this is the position where white should stand better, because, yes, her piece is... What I'm surprised that Mrs. Kostenyuk didn't take on e3. I was analyzing before, if you remember, that some different type of positions, but eventually she didn't. She took on C. If she did take on C, she didn't take on e3. This she played. He took on c5, I think. Let me check and be completely sure. Yes, she took on b5 immediately, and after taking back, yes, it is. She did it. She went knight to c5, and after pawn takes this, it is clear that somehow white's pieces and white pawn b pawn is much stronger than black's d pawn, because white has two bishops. White has a very good blockade with knight on d2, and of course, objectively the game should be within some draw limits, perhaps. But the only one who stands really better in this position is white, in my opinion. So it is quite logical that Miss Koneru will press black's position for a while, and she will be able probably to get some advantage, I think. Maybe now rook a1 is a good move after this one. Perhaps, yes, rook a1 is a good move, yes. Can be, because there is never mate on the first rank, because knight on f1 comes to f2, to f1, knight on d2 comes on f1. So, yes, rook a1 is a possibility, of course. Yeah, what is she going to play? Let's, yeah, we are going to see it soon, probably. Rook a1 is quite a good move, I must say, because it gives, although then maybe knight d3 is coming, and who knows, maybe some interesting resources are there, yes, for black. Maybe for that reason, another interesting move might be knight to c4, perhaps. That could be another interesting move. Why knight to c4 in this position? Because I'm thinking after bishop e6, for example, what happens after bishop b6 move? I understand that queen a4 can happen, of course. But then we may come to knight to d6. And yes, white would be standing better, I have no doubts here. So, and if queen goes to b8, for example, yes, it is, yes, queen b8 is a good move in this position. It's quite a good move. And after bishop takes c5, rook takes, yes, it would be, yes, good to get some equality in a position would be more or less correct, yes. So bishop may take. Let's have a look what is happening. Queen b8 in this particular position. So queen goes b8. We make this line. Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes c4. And we play bishop c6 move. And after rook e2, queen would take on d4, which is good. And after bishop takes f1, we would take on e8. And what is happening here? It is probably even game, more or less. Because, yes, even pawn d4 is hanging. Maybe queen takes e8, or knight takes e8. Maybe queen takes e8 is a good move. Or maybe knight takes e8. Difficult to say, yes? Maybe queen takes e8. King takes f1. Pawn to d3, I suppose. Something like this. Pawn to b6, yes, looks logical. And it is, yeah, not simple. Although, yes, it's very tricky actually. Maybe knight to d7, b7, d2. Queen takes d2, knight takes c5, and black is doing fine, as we can see. Black is just doing fine because on queen e3, which looks nice, there is a queen b5, very important move. Or queen b8 is enough also, of course, to make a draw. So, there is absolutely nothing. There is now nothing in this line so far. Knight c4 is still premature, seems to me. So she has to make a choice how to protect her bishop or how to move her bishop away, perhaps. Yes, rook a1 looks the most logical move to me. What would happen later? It's difficult, yes. Rook a1. It is just a move which is somehow, yes, gluing to your hand to play it. Which is, yes, just coming without mechanically. Rook n1 and keep it there, protect your bishop, because this bishop still doesn't have a clear square where to go. And when it happens, so either you defend it by knight c4, or either you defend it by rook a1, or even perhaps with some strange move, queen a3, perhaps. Also possible, yes. Queen a3 is a strange move, but preparing bishop b4, which is quite logical, to have bishop on b4 and get rid of the queens and play with two bishops this position. In general, the positions should be even, although I'm always more afraid of this pawn on b5 than on pawn on d4. But they will have to think about and realize what is happening. Queen on a3 is now, yes, without after looking at some lines and everything, is a reasonable option. Pressing knight on c5 and probably threatening, because it is threatening now b6 move, sorry, because whatever, if black plays some neutral move, then some opening king or something, then b6 comes, and when the queen goes to e7 to defend the knight, bishop comes to b4, and black position is lost, because then there is a pin, and after such a move comes b7 simply. And if it bishop takes, just, yes, bishop takes, and this pin, you see, is decisive to win the game. So queen a3 is becoming my favorite in the position. When you think, you see, chess is always, when you get deeper in the position, you probably understand what is happening. And yes, I think she can find this move. It is not so complicated to play, and the idea of having an endgame with two bishops is a very strong idea for white, with his b pawn passed and pawn on d4 rather still not well protected. So yes, let's move to another game, because they keep on thinking. Mrs. Pogonina and what did she play? She did eventually play knight c4 move. I'm sorry, I'm coming back, because I was keeping this picture. I'm coming back to that game, because she did eventually play knight c4 move, which I didn't like so much because of those exactly forced lines after bishop e6, bishop b6, queen b8. It is invisible that white can be successful. I was showing this, yes, this bishop c4 line. I'm sorry, this is queen b8 is coming, yes. And after bishop bishop takes c5, bishop takes c4, bishop c6. Maybe even rook c8 in this position is very good for black. Black can never be worse, in my opinion, because on rook c1 move is another logical move, I believe. New variation, maybe. But bishop f1 is just making a draw for black, so there is no need. Excuse me for a coughing, because many hours of talking usually dries out your throat. And yes, I think this was not very accurate by Mrs. Coneru. But okay, yes, she will be convinced when her opponent plays well, and just shows that the move was not the most accurate one. Queen a3 would have been really nice move, I think. But it's up to her now to realize this when the game gets over, that she has probably missed that nice nice move. Okay, I was saying let's move back to Pogonina Muzicuk Maria. Muzicuk Maria is the only one who is now, yes, actually threatening Miss Hu Yifan to catch her up, because she's only half a point behind. But today's game is extremely important, and I'm just curious to see what will happen. We have seen some enormous progress of this position, because it was somehow after the position we had Queen a4 on board and Rook d8 happened, pawn Rook to c7 happened. Rook went to c7 because she didn't play Rook e1, which I would have played. I would have liked very much, but she didn't do that. She didn't dare. But she played the Rook on the 7th rank, which was, yes, another of the possibilities. And after b5, the game becomes now, of course, pawn on the square on c6 is now weakened, and knight d6 can become more vulnerable. But this move is probably leading to some, yes, queen went to h4 because attacking the rook, which was very, very clever to do this move. Queen h4 and queen went to f6, trying to exchange. And after maybe knight g5 is coming, and after h6, knight e6 check doesn't work. Yes, it does not work actually. So knight g5 is really not a move in this position. So that is why she has played queen to b4 back. Queen f6 was, yes, a good decision to do. And now bishop came to b7. This pawn is under attack now, as you can see. What has happened after bishop b7, I realize that black was, yes, able to sacrifice, get this pawn, and after rook a b8 move, I think this was a very nice move to keep all the options open and take on d5 next move if possible. Because black's pieces are standing well. So after such a move, for example, then knight b5 can happen, and queen b5, this move simply can happen, and black is standing very well. Black is, yes, probably even slightly better in the position, because it will break the structure of white's pawns, although it is very much close to draw. But yes, rook a b8 was nicely played move. I think that Miss Pogonina will have to find some find also resourceful way of playing this position, because it is not easy to defend the square d5, because if, let's suppose, I don't know, queen comes to d5, it's always the same, yes? So pawn on d5 is falling without any question. But how will she be able then to continue? Yes, it is really not so simple, because queen c5, of course, yes, yes. Bishop will come to d5 with a strong effect, and then rook on b8 is disturbing all white's pieces somehow. So, yeah, in my opinion, Mrs. Pogonina, yes, she has got this rook c7 too early. I think rook e1 was the right choice, was the right move to play. She didn't do it, so she will have to get some problems, I'm afraid. She went bishop e2 immediately, because she realizes that, yes, bishop d5 will come. Eventually, it has been played already, I think. It has been played or not yet? No, not yet. Because another possible move is also bishop a6. And after bishop a6, I don't know what would be white doing. Probably, yes, queen d2, what else? There is no much move. Then rook comes to b2. And then after rook comes to c2, maybe, yes, maybe this is somehow defendable still for her. Maybe knight to e4 or whatever. Knight to e4 looks reasonably good. And after queen to c1, what else? Rook takes e2, let's suppose. Queen takes e2. Bishop takes e2. Queen takes e2. And after knight c3, and next capture on d5, the game would become very much even, coming to almost forced draw position. So it is, yes, it is another way of making this game coming to draw, because, yes, bishop a6, queen d2 must be played, rook takes rook b2, rook c2 must be played, knight c4, queen c1 logical to be played, rook takes c2, queen takes c2, everything seems, yes, but maybe in this position there is a nice move, rook where? No, there is no nice move. Yeah, this move must be played, bishop takes e2, queen takes e2, and after knight c3, that's it, yes. We have a drawish variation, which would probably be, yes, maybe the logical outcome of this opening of the whole line variation. But somehow, if it finishes this way, I would never stay disappointed, because there were some very exact moves played by Black Maria Muzichuk, which, yes, I praise her play, understanding that she did very well. And she is really, yes, really defending the name of the world champion on very convincing level, I must say. So we don't have more to look at this, because it seems that everything will go, like they say, all roads are leading to Rome. Here are all roads leading to a draw. So we have no much much more to see what is happening other games, because this is Natalia Zhukova and Hu Yifan are having this type of position, which I was saying was in white's favor without question, but if it's winning or not winning, yes, we shall see later. But in general, of course, she's trying now to get some counterplay by her queen on this side, and to get to b3 if possible, and she has to give up these very strong squares in center and pawn d6 as well. So yes, it is not an easy decision for her, but if she has no choice, she must do it. So yeah, maybe that's her only chance to fight for a while. Otherwise, the position would simply be very critical for her, in my opinion. So in this position, queen d7 happened. You can see that black cannot do much. Black must wait. And after king g2, she doesn't have another move but a waiting move h6, because her pieces are standing ideal so far. So it is difficult to find better squares for them. She must stand and wait and see what white is going to do. It is also very logical, I must say, h6, and then, of course, Mrs. Hu Yifan, she did play. Did she play rook d5 immediately? Bishop c6. No, she did eventually played first. She first made the move a3, and then black played rook queen c4 after a3. aiming to come to b3 and attack this pawn. Yes, this is in a way the only possible try for white to do something. So we have this knight, of course, is not very well placed on but yes, now black maybe white might play rook d5 move instead of taking here, with the idea of bishop rook b3 move, for example, maybe just to move to rook to d3, but somehow it is not convincing, because after queen a3, rook a5, queen b2 or something, this pawn will start running and be very unpleasant. So this is not an easy decision for Hu Yifan. Maybe she will have to take on d6. But then, yes, if she takes on d6, for example, which may happen, rook takes d6, rook takes d6, and queen to b3. It is, yes, pawn a3 is falling. But how is it good if black was able to, yes, to take this pawn? Would create very good counter chances, I think. And now rook f8 must be played, because there are no, I mean, more, yes, more, perhaps bishop f6 back, but rook, yes, maybe bishop f6 back eventually can happen. Maybe this move is not so bad, really. Because, yes, white knight on e2 is not very well placed. I think perhaps she did white, by placing knight on e2, did a little bit maybe too prematurely. Maybe this knight could have gone on some better squares, in my opinion. Maybe on better squares, for example, from g3, it went from g3, maybe it should have come back to f1. But it's pity that it went to g3, of course, than before. But yes, sometimes we have to admit this mistake. Knight on e2 is a bit strangely placed. And the time of Mrs. Hu Yifan is not simple, because she has only 6 minutes for 6 moves, which is not a bad time pressure. But somehow, yes, she did not show that she feels comfortable with the position. Otherwise, she would have played much quicker than she did so far. So, yes, it might be a bad sign for her, actually, because this entry of the pieces are not very difficult to stop queen coming. Extremely difficult to stop coming queen to b3, because it is clear that there is no way to stop it, in a way, because maybe only some, I don't know, move, but where to move the rook, not easy at all. So it is, yes, it is some counterplay. Some good counterplay happens for white, for black. Perhaps the only move would be maybe to play knight c1, but of course this is so passive, and I never trust this move, because d5 might be coming very soon, and black would get probably excellent game, because we can see if some strange move like this, which is really extremely strange, it's not good in my opinion, but after d5, yeah, I have impression that only black can get better game here, because d5 is coming, and black's pieces and bishop knight on is horrible. Knight on c1 is a horrible piece. So yes, it is not easy. Not easy decision for Mrs. Hu Yifan to find the right answer. Actually, her rook was on d5. How did it happen? Because I realized her rook... she did play rook d5 move. Oh yes, I see. Eventually she did play rook d5 because she wants to take, but queen b3 will happen anyhow, because rook takes on b5, rook on d1 is hanging, so it's not so simple. Maybe she wants to play where? Not so easy. Where is this rook going? Perhaps to, I don't know, really, I don't know. It is a mystery to me where this rook from d1 is going after queen b3 move. Rook to d3 probably. But then I was saying this, yes, queen takes a3. I believe maybe c4, of course, is possible. Queen takes b4, yeah, there is, white should have nothing in this position. There is no danger for black in this. So it is, yes, it is not so easy. Not so easy to prove that white really has advantage actually now. How did it happen? Let's have a look. I was criticizing the move a5, a4 and everything, but somehow I was maybe not, I want to see the position, what really eventually happens. She did have knight on g3. She was not forced to play knight to e2, but yes, she did play knight e2, and after queen d7, yes, king g7, g3. Yeah, perhaps, okay, I see now. Actually, the knight should have gone to g1 and maybe f3, if possibly, quickly. Yeah, in general, white needs queen now in these positions on c2 to defend this queen side in general. White needs this. But it's not easy to achieve it because, yes, somehow pawn a3, yes, it is a remarkable way of playing queen b3 would be, yes, very unpleasant. Of course, yeah, having less time and very unclear position suddenly, I think that white would create herself not only problems in this game, but would say even tournament problems, because her lead of half a point, and if she really fails in this game not to win it or even lose it, then she is spoiling the whole tournament in general. I like very much to follow this game and see what they will come up with, because I'm interested to come back to Mrs. Skripchenko again, because this game has been played. Mrs. Skripchenko played bishop f1 move in this position after rook d8, very interesting. After bishop f1, rook d7 went, and now she played move, which, yes, it is logical, b4, and after 8, maybe knight a3, knight a4 move first. Could, yes, maybe takes, and then knight a4, which is logical. And after bishop d2, perhaps knight b2 move. But then queen would move to c3, or the queen to somewhere, maybe bishop to c3 or something. Yes, the position is not so clear in general. Black has, enough resources to maintain the position despite white's two bishops on board, because she is standing very solid. She has better time also. Black has better time in this game by playing, just much more quickly. And Mrs. Skripchenko, I'm not so sure that this move b4 is really creating some trouble. But okay, they will have to think about. A takes b4 takes, knight to a4, very logical, I think. Pawn on b4 is hanging, so this pawn has to be defended by bishop d2. And now is the question, maybe black just simply comes back on b6 with the knight, which is very solid move, and square of c4 is also opening, or perhaps just keeps the just keep still knight on a4, and maybe make some strange move, queen d6, for example, to attack bishop on d2, which may turn to some forcing knight f3 back to defend it, because there is no other way to do it, because on rook d1 knight f3 may come. So you see, on rook d1 move, knight f3 may come, knight c3, sorry, may come, and would just black's, you see, and it wouldn't give her a chance to give up exchange. White is forced to give up exchange, so knight f3 would happen, and who knows, yeah, the game might be a draw. Actually, b4 move is a little bit premature, as I was trying always to have it in the game, but you have to prepare it carefully before you really decide to make it. Now we can see that, yes, something has happened, b5. Black went something what I did not expect at all. After b4 move, she went eventually to b7, which is unbelievable that she didn't take this. And what was it then? No, sorry, but something I was, maybe I have missed some, yes, a sequence of moves. I did eventually miss a sequence of moves in this position when, when rook d8 went, a3, rook d8, eventually, yes, that was the reason why I see now that, of course, the white queen was on having different square. White queen was having different square, and that is, first move actually in this position, queen f3 as rook d8, and queen f3 was, no, sorry, bishop f1, then rook d7, and then queen f3 happened the move. As if I am not much mistaken. Queen d7, yes, rook d8, a3, not bishop f1, still didn't. Bishop f1 still didn't happen, yes, because when you follow, yes, analyzing other positions, it is. So in this position, queen f3 eventually went, that was the move. And only now, after queen d7, it was queen d7 to happen. Then queen went to c3, forcing black to come back queen to c7, which is not so good in my opinion, but it's the only move probably to not to lose a pawn, because pawn wasn't in danger. So after queen c7, yes, queen c3, queen f3 back, went queen f3 back. That is very interesting. And now only bishop f8 she played. And after bishop f1, black played rook d7. And now after b4, black did play eventually now rook d7, bishop h3 happened, and rook d8 went. Then bishop f1 happened again, and rook to d7 happened again. They are repeating this position moves, and only now Skripchenko played b4, and after knight b7 she went queen to b3. This is the position I have realized that it was so, yes, unexpected. I was not able to follow this sequence of moves, which were, in a way, almost forced by playing rook d7, bishop 1, repeating moves and then coming back. Okay, that was queen b3, yes, and they are both more or less equal by time. They will definitely, but what was, yes, black is thinking still. Yeah, let's wait and see. This is difficult to say. And Mrs. Stefanova and Zagnidze are coming to the position which was, I would say, very close to equal. So she eventually went queen b8 move, which I was pointing to you. And after bishop c6, no, she played queen d6 actually move. She did play queen d6, yes. Queen b8, queen d6 happened. Yeah, it's amazing, yes. So, yeah, it is a logical move actually. That queen d6 happens. Queen b8, then happens queen d6, and then pawn comes to c5. Black is, yes, avoiding all possible tricks. This diagonal is closed. Now it is opened, of course. It was closed. Rook takes b7, rook c d1, rook e7, I suppose. Yes, rook e7, f4, f6, and so on and so on. They play this position, which it's unlikely that any side would stand better, and it's on a way. This game would be on a way to come for a draw. Mrs. Zagnidze, it is question of time also. Yes, Mrs. Stefanova is much shorter by time, but she has a reasonably, yes, good position. I mean, she should not be really worse. f6 was played, yes, so it is curious to see what would, maybe on e6 move, which is also logical. No, she played the rook d6, and what happened here? h5 was played, sorry. Yes, h5 was played. This was, yeah, another line, possibility. It is, yeah, a reasonable move in a way. I hope that the game at the end must end up in a draw. It is almost... Let's come back to Mrs. Coneru, because this game is also important for the leading players. Mrs. Coneru is 1 point behind Hu Yifan and half a point behind Maria Muzichuk. She had a very nice position today, in my opinion, with two bishops. But she did something, yes, I don't know exactly what was her idea by knight c4. It didn't... somehow also black didn't take advantage. She played knight ce4 move. But bishop e6 is just was such a move that had to be played, in my opinion, because it was forcing all happenings, and yes, she would never be worse, probably. It's unlikely she would be worse. But yeah, maybe she thought she was just standing worse. So she decided to play this way, and she did it, of course, by knight ce4 move, which is much more committing, in my opinion, than the other move after b6. Queen to d7, of course. Rook to d1, knight to g5. I think white was getting just better game, in my opinion. Maybe a draw, but if somebody is better, it's only white. So queen takes d4, knight takes f3, g takes f3. And yes, white should be having d pawn passed. Kind of advantage, in my opinion. She likes to attack all the time, Mrs. Kostenyuk. It's amazing that she likes the attack so much. Maybe now there are many moves, yes, for white also. Perhaps just knight e5, maybe one, maybe some queen f4, maybe even rook to d3, but I don't like so much rook to d3 because I'm afraid this bishop on a5 would have to stand here forever. If rook d3, yes, it's possible, but yes, it is difficult to. Okay, let's move to Mrs. Pogonina and Muzichuk. This game was somehow staying in a very this eventually happened. Rook b2, rook c2, everything was happening somehow. We were able to predict. And after knight c3 move, I see that in this position. No, she was knight e4, queen c1, bishop b2, queen e2, yes, queen b2. And then queen takes b2. Queen was taking to b2, rook b2, c2, queen c1, bishop e2, rook. Okay, I see. Okay, so I was coming to this position, if you remember very well. So in this position, Miss Muzichuk did play eventually bishop takes b2, and after queen b2, bishop f1, bishop f1, no, actually they first exchange queens, queen took on f2, rook take on b2, and after exchanging queens, the position simply got equal. Queen takes b2, rook takes to overwrite, yes. Rook takes b2, bishop takes f1, rook takes f1, and rook takes d5, yes. This was the position which would, become reasonable. Rook c2. And rook to d3. But okay, this game is really losing now interest because they are playing absolutely even endgame, where it's very unlikely that one of the sides would get something, although white stands slightly better perhaps because black stands slightly better perhaps because has more activity. Rook would come to a3 and knight to c3, so there will be some unpleasant activity, but maybe knight e5 is to be played for Mrs. Muzichuk, for Mrs. Pogonina. But yes, she has to take. Black is doing fine. Good. Black has good position in general, within draw limits without question. But still, it is difficult to. She did play knight e4 move actually, and rook to d3. Yes, it is some advantage for, very slight advantage for black, of course, but objectively the game should end up in a draw. But they will have to play some moves accurately well and very well, and that would be just showing to the public that the end game is more or less even. What we suspected already some time ago, when they started exchanging on B line and D pawn for B pawn and so on and so on. So let us move now to the Mrs. Hu Yifan, because she was fighting, very interesting position with Zhukova. It was difficult to keep constant pressure on black's position without giving chances to white queen to get on enter the queen side of white position and try to, demolish the queen side pawns on pawn a3 especially. What is provoking some kind of reaction by black. Black is, really having good chances in my opinion. But I have to show and try to come to this game I'm curious to see what will happen, because she's really doing well, she was doing well, Mrs. Hui Fan, but in the latest square c4 became very vulnerable, so eventually she did play queen to b3, and after queen to d3, I'm wondering what is her answer going to be, because she will really have to, for some reason, yes, I'm not in a position, because yes, I cannot move this. It's stocked. The mouse has stuck to me. So yes, okay, now I have it more lively. And I'm going to make this, yes, I want to come to Mrs. Hui Fan to have this, this is the latest position, queen b3, queen happened to d3. Of course, it is clear that she will play queen takes a3. It is a quite logical move to play queen a3. And then she would come back, probably queen to b3 back and try, or queen to b2 back even, which is maybe even better. Queen to b2 and try to get a pawn passing into this. Somehow it didn't happen. It didn't happen. She simply defended rook b8. She was, yes, she was very much aware that after rook d5 move, queen to b3, queen to d3, and she did simply, yes, make a rook b8 move to defend on d5 and keep playing with this strong pawn on a3. It is difficult, but yes, maybe rook a1 now is eventually a very possible move, because on queen b2, something to attack, queen d1 may happen, and black is again, yes, having some problems, because yes, I'm afraid black would be having problems again, in my opinion, because the queen on b2, yes, is not very well placed. And yes, white suddenly protects all her weaknesses. She should have not allowed by rook b8. She should have taken, actually, pawn on a3, I think. Okay, yes, it was a good move. It was a very clever move to play queen d3 by Hui Fan. She must have done that. And how to play after rook b8, it is really, yes, rook a1. I think there is nothing better than rook a1. It is a good choice to play rook a1. Whenever you can play, you should play it and defend your pawn. Yes, it is question, but the time is also running for Mrs. Hui Fan. She has 4 minutes left and something. She did play rook a1 eventually. She did, yes, maybe queen a3 was more accurate move. Rook on c8 was well placed. But let's have a look what is happening. We are going to come back very soon, because there was some kind of internet interruption, which I did not... yes, now we are coming back slowly to recover all the moves. One game, yes. I thought that another game was finished, but actually that was not true. I thought it was finished, but it was not. Mrs. Skripchenko-Kademarsharie, they have the position of, we were following this, yes. After knight b7, queen b3, a b4, a b4. Rook happened again to d4, a b4. Rook happened again after c3. Rook went to d8 again. It was a very strange decision to put knight on b7, but maybe yes, maybe she didn't have a choice. And after bishop e3, she went to a8 with the king. Oh, her position, yes, is probably slightly worse now, because this knight on g5, as I was saying, this knight on g5 might be costing black the whole game, because this knight is so well placed that it's disturbing the king's side. Nothing can be moved. Maybe now bishop is coming to h3 with a terrible threat, knight takes f7, and when queen f7, bishop to e6. So, as you see, bishop h3 becomes... my impression is that white stands better. How much better? Yeah, it's difficult to say, but better. Definitely better. So after this, yes, but they did not do much here. They made rook d1 has happened in this position. I'm curious, really, why this bishop h3 was able to happen. But rook d1 eventually happened immediately. And after knight g4, I think she simply went back on d2. White went back on d2. And the threat is bishop h3. Now yes, white's threat is bishop h3, and to get this, maybe pawn on f7, then it would be almost winning, of course, for her. So knight d6 is almost forced in this position, I hope. No, she has to think still. Okay, we'll let them think. So knight g4, bishop d2, and okay, black thinks still. She has 8 minutes, Skripchenko 11. She's now having better time after a long period of time. But her position is also better now, because black's pieces were not very accurate in this position, so she will have to fight, yeah, hard, not to lose this game, because yes, the position is already slightly worse for black, in my opinion, because knight on g5 is extremely strong, 2 bishops on board, and so on. So it will be a kind of torturing, yes, which is really, really not easy. So what happened in this game with Mrs. Huyifan Zhukova? We have left this position after, so she went queen d1, actually moved, rook b1, rook a1, queen b2, rook h1. Aha. That is it, yes. She's simply coming back with the pieces, taking some squares, as you can see. And black has, yes, didn't arrange much for black. White might be now simply better, because all of these white squares, again, are coming to life. If queen is eliminated, queen should have taken pawn a3 and has an a pawn to run. Would give lots of troubles to white, but she didn't do it. Now, yes, white would be just standing better, in my opinion. Rook a1, queen b2, queen d1, yes, so it is the position which is not easy. Another next move is rook to d3 coming, and then it's really becoming, yes, network around black queen in this position with Mrs. Huyifan. Yes, there are no cameras, yes, I see it. Mrs. Pogonina it will be probably a draw. Yes. Not an easy task. Let me refresh my throat because of a long talk. It's getting dry. I will have a very short break and will come back very soon. Excuse me for this, but I just need it. Thank you so much for listening. Very soon I'm back. I'm back again to follow the live coverage of the 9th round of the Monaco Grand Prix tournament. I would like to show that Mrs. Zhukova is provoking white to play f3 move in order, which on the other hand, I believe that this move is really not bad for white. But of course, it gives up a very nice square on d3, although it is very difficult for black. Yes, not to give something, because white... what is the worst position for Mrs. Zhukova here is that her queen is not as active as it was. It is rather isolated on b2. It can become... trapped actually, because it will be forced after, because in this position happened that After queen d1, rook dc8 happened move, and after king f1, rook went to c4, pawn went to f3 in order to defend it, and white is now preparing queen b1 move to exchange the queens, and then white squares would be just dominating the position, because when white would be able to exchange the queens and keep this pawn on a3 and saved it on a3, it is a big achievement, I must say. So this what Mrs. Zhukova should have never allowed, in my opinion. But when she did, she will have to take serious consequences about defending her position now, because after queen b1 move, only white would be able to create possible threats on queen side and in the center. Knight becomes a little bit more flexible piece than the bishop, and when white double rooks on d line, puts a rook on d1 on d3, and goes with the king with king e1, king d1, yes, it will be a really unpleasant position for her. The game Mrs. Muzichuk against Maria Muzichuk with black against Pogonina is closing up to be a draw, in my opinion, because it's a rook endgame. They have this very somehow dull position after they have really very dull position after rook d3 happened, rook c4, knight d2, or what did she do actually? After rook takes f3, rook takes e4, rook goes to a3. Yes, rook goes to a3, rook goes to e2, and of course this position is just dead draw. There is no way either side would be able to win such a position, because equal pawns. Black is slightly more active because rook on a3 is more active than rook on e2, but in general that is the only piece which stays, and with one active piece it's unlikely the position can be won. So I'm going now for the moment to, yes, not to follow this game only if something happens. The position here is very dull. It's going to be probably very easy draw, but yes, they will play on as they do, because maybe they're hoping. White has only 1 minute on clock, black has 7 minutes, so yes, it is justified perhaps to, yes, the position is played. But as I say, it is just dead draw position. There is no much, nothing is happening, let's say, substantially what we have to mention. We are going to move to Mrs. Hui Fan, because she is now having a much easier way to get in after f3 move. Her next move is going to be, without any opposition, in my opinion, would be queen to b1. How can black avoid it? I don't see. It is for me not visible. Maybe only if playing rook to c3 move, giving an exchange, which doesn't have to be good in my opinion, but yes, it is a possibility, of course, but unlikely it is really good. I mean, it's, yes, I simply don't trust it's good. I don't believe it can be good, but if she has to play it, then she is really in trouble. She is catching up with time. Zhukova is now realizing that her optimism is disinflating, because she is, of course, now in a position where nothing to be done. She has to wait that white plays queen b1 move, and after queen b1 it will be disaster. Endgame would be always better for black. For white, I'm sorry. Black would have always to defend this kind of position very carefully, because white squares are very important. King would come to the queen side, And yeah, if there is some defense for black, it would be some very subtle maneuver by any bishop or piece to create some counter game. I don't see it so far, so it is my impression. Mrs. Kostenyuk has also played a lot after those moves we have seen. Mrs. Kostenyuk had. We were watching some position when white won. Queen went to h3. Knight came to d6 to attack the rook. Rook went to d8. Queen went to c4, because the idea is to take on f7, of course. But maybe white could have, maybe black could have taken on f3. I don't know if this was eventually possible. Perhaps it was possible. Yes, it was perhaps possible, but she didn't take on f3. I don't know why didn't she take. Rook, queen h3, and I did. Rook d8, queen c4. Yeah, she played bishop e6. She didn't take this. She didn't take this piece because she was afraid of something, of course, but I don't know what was that. She was afraid of something, it's clear. I really don't know what was that. Maybe rook d3 was the move in action, perhaps. Rook d3, yes, might be a move. And after queen g4 check, exchanging the queens and b7 pawn runs. Yes, that was a possibility, of course, yeah. Queen f3. So in such a position, she went queen h5. After queen c4, then bishop went f6, e6 first, and after queen f4, then black went queen h5. There are, yes, as expected, Mrs. Pogonina and Maria Muzichuk agreed to draw, so they are going to come now soon to analyze their game and show their impressions. But I would like a little bit to follow more Mrs. Koneru and Kostenyuk, because Koneru in this position after question did make her move rook a1 to defend bishop, because she needs to put her pawn on b7, but black is still attacking the queen, and the queen now must move to probably, yes, good square queen g3, because you have to protect the knight. Although, yes, perhaps the knight was not exactly hanging yet, but still it is, because b7 would come. But queen g3 is quite reasonable move, I must say. And it requires, I don't know, good skills to stop this, pawn on b7. So that is why she played f5 move, but now I'm very much afraid of move queen e5. I really don't know what black is planning to do. Probably to defend this bishop on e6, but to defend it on which way? It is not really easy. I don't see how would she be able. Yes, she did eventually play queen e5, and now with 54 seconds on clock, Mrs. Koneru might be already taking a big change in the position, and she's very close to winning here, because her b pawn is unstoppable in a way, and once she only makes sure that her king is very safe, because her double pawns on f line are doing so. So yes, it was many inaccuracies in this game is provoking that Mrs. Kostenyuk is probably now in big trouble. She will have probably no good moves to defend this position anymore, because It is maybe bishop f7 would be perhaps the only move as far as I can see, but there are no chances that she can survive. Yes, because it is looking almost over, in my opinion. So, Mrs. Hu Yifan, let's have a look after this f3 move. What was happening? I'm just curious to see what has happened. Of course, rook b6 was played to defend, and queen b1 eventually happened. And after queen b1, rook takes b1. This will be torture of the black position with these two rooks. Mrs. Pogonina and the world champion Maria Muziciuk are coming. They will tell you their impressions about their game.
Okay, I don't know.
You have to make a little talk. Just talk about game, don't analyze.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Natalia Pogonina and Maria Muziciuk. They just have finished their game and draw in 38 moves. Good afternoon. How was the game? Who was better? I don't know. Looks like quite equal, no game in general. Very logical, everything.
I don't know this move bishop e2. So firstly, I thought that maybe the idea was bishop f3 and knight e2, but it doesn't work, I think. So for example, if here bishop f3, I can just take ed and knight d7, knight e5.
It was the idea, Natalia. Bishop f3 and knight e2, no? Okay, no.
Because usually in this position, the bishop goes to c4. Like for example, main line queen d2, and then after c5, d5. So I say now bishop goes on c4.
So you never seen this move before, bishop e2. You didn't know what. No.
I didn't see it. I didn't analyze it. Here I had two moves, knight d7 and queen d6. So then finally I decided to play knight d7 because maybe it is more concrete. And but queen d6 was also possible. So then the idea to first block this pawn on d5 and then to play knight d7 and knight f6.
But really, it's not threat to play d6, no? You didn't want probably so hurry to play d6.
No, I
Natalia.
did not want to do it.
It's why probably knight d7 it's okay because. Oh, no, I don't know also, but looks very normal. Okay.
I consider d6 in many lines, but I think it's not dangerous for black. So bishop c4 now it just white lose the tempo. Yeah. So knight e4, I'm not so sure because I don't develop my pieces, but I just wanted to block the pawn on d5 with the knight on d6.
Not bishop f5 move, no?
Yes,
Like this,
I
looks
saw
like.
all these moves. Bishop f5 was also interesting. But maybe here is queen b3.
Queen b3,
Yes, and my pawn on b7 is handy.
Rook d1, and then
Rook b8 or bishop e5.
of course, if I put my rooks on d1,
Yes,
e1,
it could
so
be
then
6,
I
right?
can play somewhere d6, if it's possible. Because it's
Maybe on knight e4 you already have this d6 move after maybe taking. Take and
moved
d6.
bishop b5, maybe also possible. No,
b5. Or on knight e5, knight
no, knight
c6.
e4. Yes. So it looks logical to play knight e4.
Yes, yes, I think 94.
And what happened in the game? Oh, queen f6. No, I'm not so sure about all this. Of course, it is possible to play.
Some bishop d4,
I
no?
didn't want to give up
Why?
my bishop.
Yeah, maybe you can
H3.
play h3, for example.
It's 3, take, and
Knight d6, no?
of course.
Maybe.
And b6, yeah.
But
I
block
also
is
can play
okay,
a
no,
strange
not.
move, queen a3 instead of bishop b3. I don't know.
It was possible to play bishop g4. I saw this main line, so bishop d3. And I thought that I must be okay here. But I really can't develop my bishop on c8 here, because if I play bishop f5 knife, so take, and rook b5. Then I consider rook c7 the best. And after b5, I think it's equal position. For example, if queen d4, then I wanted to
Take
take.
knight to 8, yes. And for example, rook c5, a6, and what to do. Yes.
And this pawn looks
yes,
really weak.
yes, yes, it looks. Okay, maybe not so. Maybe bishop e4, bishop e3, knight c6, maybe not so easy.
When?
Bishop
Right
e4,
now?
maybe.
Right
now, maybe right now to play, no?
f6 I have, so
Bishop e3.
I'm
Knight
sure black is
c6.
okay here.
Yes. Nothing special.
Okay, actually I prefer to play it with black. Have some ideas. Rook e1, of course. Okay.
I don't know. I think it's.
So queen h4. Bishop f6. Of course I can take on d5, but
Bishop b6 again.
but while calculating I saw that it is only move bishop e2 on rook a8.
Yes.
So I just try to find some chances. Because on bishop d5 there are many moves.
Okay, bishop b6 is possible. How to, bishop b6 now?
Bishop c6 of course here. Yes. Oh, maybe here I could play something. Yes, here I also could play bishop d5, but
Bishop b5.
this position has many moves like
queen
with the
a5
queen.
for example.
Queen
a5. After bishop
a5,
d5.
yeah.
Yes. I think it's possible. Why not?
a5, c5,
Yes. So bishop
d4
a6.
maybe.
Bishop a6 looks logical.
But it's the fourth line.
Yes, it's of course. Yes.
So,
And it's draw, yes. But it's
No,
looks like
not,
for
maybe
you
it's
the best way,
it's
Maria,
little
not to
bit,
play.
it's a little better for black.
First I thought to play g5, but there are not no threats. For example, like king e2. So I'm not going to play g4 here.
No, it should be draw.
I think it's
normal.
difficult.
You're a little bit better,
Win
but
this.
And
it's
after
draw.
rook d3, I decided to go on rook and games. I don't know. Else. Can play with knight. I don't know.
I mean,
No,
it's
it's
not
okay,
so
it's draw,
interesting
yes.
because
I think it's
I don't
it's
know where
normal.
to find some chances for black.
No, I think no. It's okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk now with Antonetta Stefanova and Nana Djarnidze. They just have finished to play their game in 42 moves with victory of Nana. Good afternoon. It was a bit surprised, because looks like it's going to be draw. But
Yeah.
later, I don't know what happened.
No,
if you want to go
I was
some
trying
moment.
to equalize my
Mhm.
position.
No, of course, from the very beginning, White has little
Yes.
initiative, and so you
Yes,
need
yeah.
to
Yes, I was
to-
trying to equalize.
yes
Yeah.
to equalize. Mhm.
But I don't know here. Yeah, I think this was only way for me to equalize. Otherwise, I'm worse here. I think if I take on d1.
Yeah, of course, because
Yes.
you have some problem with your bishop.
I was considering this variation, but what I didn't like here, f4. Yes, and
Okay.
f6. F6
Just
I
few
don't have.
tempests
Yes.
down for you comparing with the game.
Yes, I think better queen b8 as you play.
Yes, queen b8 was only one.
Yes,
I don't
no,
have this f6, and this position is worse, I think. But after queen b8, I don't know.
No, I think it's a better version for you, of
This is, I
course.
think, more or less equal.
It's equal, yes.
Of course, it should be cool. I mean, it's such a shame to lose such an endgame.
No, Antonetta, don't worry. Sometimes it happens, you know.
I
It's
know it happens.
probably you were
Obviously, it does.
you were thinking probably like it's draw and start to play
No,
like
I don't know. I was short of time and just playing worse and worse. And
Yes.
okay, after I got this weak pawn on e5, already is not so
It's not so
clear.
easy.
I mean, okay, I have to find a way at least to
Maybe-
sacrifice
maybe
it and
rook
be
d6,
active.
yes.
But yeah,
Because
And
after
king
king
f5.
f5, yeah, I was thinking, I don't know what is after.
okay. Two.
I don't know what is this. Maybe king e6. No?
King e6, yeah, but yeah, I mean, okay, there were so many better things to
Yes, but
to
it's
play.
pawn up and
Yes, okay. I mean,
Yeah,
it was
before-
not as necessary to enter here.
Yes.
I could just,
Just
I don't know,
change
take on
f6
f6
and-
and sign.
Yeah.
draw.
yes,
Yes,
just you
yes,
could take, yes, of course.
Yes. So,
No, but just I was overexcited with these e6 variations, but
yes.
f5 and rook d6 and
H6.
g6 and h3
H5.
and h5, king f2,
King d7.
king g7.
Oh, king
and,
is coming on f6.
yeah. Yeah, no, because somehow I was calculating to play g4 and g5, but how to get this, of course, is unclear. So I played first here, and after h5, okay, g3 probably is a very bad move. But here, because here already I cannot play,
F5.
because of f5, and
That's why I played h5,
I'm-
not
yeah,
to
yeah.
give you g4.
no,
after
I
f5.
understand, of course, but that's just somehow I don't know, I was short of time and I could not. I thought, okay, I can always, in the worst case, sacrifice this pawn and enter on 7th rank or something, but at the end it was not so easy to do that. So, okay, here I think you just lost. Okay.
Yeah.
Here maybe, okay, if I take,
Yes.
take, king f3, check,
Calculate.
check,
No,
right?
not check. Don't check. Maybe king e6.
Maybe king e6, yeah.
And
but
then rook d8.
king e4,
Rook d8. I have
rook
rook
d8 and rook d4, yeah. So I'm
But probably you can play rook f1.
rook f1,
No, rook
but then
d2
rook
even,
d2.
rook d2.
Ah,
is
then rook
like-
d2. You don't.
Enter
You
on
don't
So,
deserve
and
check.
if I go just rook e2, then rook d4.
No,
No,
then it's
maybe
pawn,
maybe
Ah, maybe rook
g5,
d5,
rook
g5.
g5 and then rook.
Ah.
I don't know, I
King
mean,
f3?
you can play now g5.
Yes.
I don't know if there is a
No,
g5.
here
before, I don't know.
white is suffering.
Yes, okay, I'll be pawned down and it's not so easy to defend, but okay, I mean, okay, I somehow,
But what did I wrong at one end opening?
no kids, consider that after that bishop d6, e4 is already slightly better for white, but okay, if it's something special or not, I don't know.
But with precise play, probably black can equalize.
But am I any tempo down here?
Comparing with what? I don't know, because in our previous game you played bishop e7, which is
e7,
the main
yes,
move,
yes.
but bishop d6, it just, not just because of c6, you allow e4. I mean, maybe you play precise, because I didn't see. Maybe I missed something here, I don't know. Because I was thinking that, okay, I can maybe get some pawn at some point, but okay, here, actually this maybe might be only move, because I
Rook
didn't see.
a8? Or
Yeah.
which one?
Yeah,
Oh,
rook
yes,
a8,
yes, yes.
because otherwise I thought the time just much better. And maybe here, okay, it's rook c1 is not necessary.
No, rook c1 I think best move in this position.
I don't know, because then okay, we are getting to this kind of drawish position. I mean, here I didn't see how, because okay, I can play something like f4 maybe, but okay, just c5. And
c5, yes.
my advantage is disappearing completely. No? So I don't know. I'm not sure about this rook c1, but I didn't find. I wanted to sacrifice, you know.
Yeah,
here.
I saw this,
But then it's just not working. No?
rook f7,
Rook
bishop
f7,
h7, king
check,
f8.
king f8, take, queen h5,
Excellent.
and
Knight
but okay,
f6.
knight
Knight f6,
f6,
yes.
And king f8 then.
or yeah, I mean it just
not
doesn't
enough.
work. No, because okay, here I mean if it was this move, of course,
No,
then
yes, then you have
then
this.
yes, I have this, and maybe because of this I still wanted to sacrifice something, but it's not necessary, of course. But okay, if I play f4, it's just knight f6 and
Yes,
rook
and rook
d8,
d8,
and
yes.
I
And
start
with
having
check.
problems.
I can take queen check,
Yeah.
check on this one, yes.
So that's why I thought rook c1.
Yeah, if I play here, you had okay. If I play natural move here, knight f6.
But
let's
then
say.
it's bishop f3.
Yes, bishop f3, rook d8, and queen a4. After queen
Queen a4. Yeah.
Yeah, after queen a4.
Yeah,
No,
first I was
worse.
thinking to play queen a4 also here, but then it doesn't work. Because okay, here, rook e5, queen
Oh,
a7,
queen 7. Or
queen c7, and then
I could play
take,
queen
take.
7 also.
you can, but this is good enough, I think. I mean, okay, of course I'm not forced to take, and okay, again, it's just
Queen 7, I don't have queen b6. Yes,
queen e7.
Queen b6.
No, but queen e7, now I can do this. Take, and take,
Yes, now
and
it's different.
take on b7. Oops, sorry.
Okay, queen b2, still I think.
But
Still okay, but okay, you don't need that. I think queen c7 is good enough. Or I can just take now here.
Yes,
No, but queen c7 is good enough. So
yes.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, okay, it's
And
just
later
ridiculous
after
to lose such position.
you are pawn up, it's already completely winning. I mean, it's nothing to say.
Very difficult because I'm passive also.
Here it's look already, yes, very bad because it's...
Maybe here, maybe here I was thinking this one.
Okay, but
Why
this should
didn't
be
you-
lost in any case, no? Okay, you can just
Take.
take rook
Okay.
g4.
Then rook g4, yes, I was thinking about this.
Okay.
Yes, it looks completely...
It looks lost, but still you have some, I don't know, maybe.
Okay,
chances
it would
or-
be longer, but I
Yeah.
don't believe that
Long
really I can
suffer,
save
yes.
because my rook is also passive
Passive,
and
yes.
pawn down and
Okay.
okay, so
No, it should be
how to
winning,
save
yes.
it? I mean, you can just take and come with the king and okay, I don't see how you can take. And I don't even have king e3 because of check and
And rook, king f4, yes.
king e4. Okay, I cannot believe that
Yeah,
No,
it
it's
can be
impossible.
savable this.
Okay, thank you. Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to analyze the game between Conor Hampi and Alexandra Kostyniuk. The game finished with victory of Conor Hampi in 42 moves. And okay, Hampi probably will show a little bit.
Yeah. Okay, this is a very normal position. I thought black should go for something like c6 break.
Well, I played already with Kashlinska and she does the same exact variation. And there I went for c6. I didn't really like my position very much.
Okay.
So I decided
yeah.
to use another idea here.
And this position, it's already like it's a fixed position. So now my plan is to just go for this short castle e4 and knight b3, see if I can do things. So it's important for black to do something. So here if castle, it's d5. Yeah, b5, d4.
Yeah, the same line as
So,
in the game, but
so
it's...
I just started with queen b2. Okay, here if d3, I'll take on a6, queen b6. So I felt this is better for white.
Yeah, even
so,
c5,
yeah.
I was thinking that even c5 would have been better. Well, queen b6 maybe it's even better.
Yeah. Okay, here this is already a critical position. So,
Queen
okay.
a3 I consider it, I mean, most of the time. I didn't really... I mean, after queen a3 I wanted to play knight c to e4 anyway, but that I think is better for white than what happened in the game.
White is better here.
Yeah,
or
I
not?
think
Yes,
white
yes.
is already
But
better.
how it happened?
Yes,
Which one
it was-
was the mistake? What is the mistake of black?
think-
Because I didn't see any mistake. What happened?
I felt it was already better after the opening.
But I mean, Alexandra made everything like very logical. No, this c6 which you comment, and later I don't know. Sasha, what do you think?
Well, it's a very concrete position. I mean, maybe white is better, but maybe black can hold this precise play. I don't know. We cannot really evaluate like this, so you really need to analyze more precisely, probably the opening, the middle game, all this game.
c6, b5.
But this variation for black in general, it's playable, or it's
Well, it's
like
playable like any variation. So, I mean, it's still early, I think, to give the final evaluation of the line. I mean, but you need to analyze more to understand. After the game, especially if you lost, I mean, you tend to, to give different opinions, which doesn't really, they don't really matter.
Here I think this is quite strong because
but-
bishop e6 I
yeah.
just go and I just yeah, I'll take on d4. This is nothing like, yeah.
Well, I thought that knight c2
yeah.
e4 is very logical to,
Yeah,
look
it's-
logical to protect all
Yeah,
the
because
squares
here
and
now
b6.
queen d4
yeah,
and bishop b, b6, everything is
it looked
taken,
very
so, yeah.
logical. And after
So
rook
yeah,
a1, I
if,
think I was considering most of the time instead of b6.
Okay, bishop b6, it's queen a4. So, like rook c1, knight c3, something like this. Okay, I entered into the here, like if queen a6, I'll take on e4 because if I take on d4, it's bishop e6. So I'll start with bishop e4, knight e4, and then take on e4.
But again, I didn't really see the point to give away the pawn on d4 if I can play queen
okay,
d7.
queen
Looks
d7,
also
yeah.
very logical.
Okay.
Well, after rook d1, yes, I spent quite a few time, but I thought that I
Okay,
still have.
this is,
I still believe that I had enough, compensation. Because at first, here, after knight d6, I was going to play queen takes f3.
but this is...
Because you
this
should
is
take on
not-
c8, I think, right? Because if you take on e8, I can play bishop b7 and it's a draw, I think. Knight f6, and then a draw with
check,
bishop
yeah,
a6,
check,
yes,
yeah.
and then bishop b7.
Yeah.
So you have to take on c8. I was going to take queen d8. I was trying to knight e8, and I was going to play here, but then I was afraid that I don't have perpetual here, because the g4 square is protected, and if I play knight d5, then you play f3, and again, I was not sure. Maybe like this, right? No checks. I'm not sure.
but probably some
maybe queen b5.
Queen b5, yes.
Well, I'm not sure about king h1, maybe king f2. I don't know. But somehow I was afraid that I'm going to lose because the pawn is still alive on b6, and I mean, if there is no perpetual, then it's over. And I thought, why not to play rook d8? Maybe because I thought that white needs to take on c8. Then I take.
Okay. Queen c8.
Yes, queen
yes.
c8, b7,
Queen c1.
queen c1,
Queen
yes.
g2. Queen g5.
Right, rook g4,
Yeah,
and
rook
that's
g4,
that's a draw.
yeah.
That's a draw, and I thought, well, I don't see how white can improve really, because after queen c4, I was sure that
Actually, here.
maybe you can. I'm not
rook
sure.
g4. Yeah, queen e5.
Queen e5.
Yeah?
Well, even I have some. Well, I don't know if you play rook c4 or something.
Yeah, again rook c4.
Or even if you play rook. You want to play knight
This
d7.
knight d7.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
The pawn is very strong, so
Yeah.
should be. Well, anyway, but after queen c4, I thought that I should have, enough here.
So, like my main plan was to stop that bishop b7. So I just went this queen c4 and queen f4.
Well, I don't know. Difficult to say here what mistake I made, because it's very like. You really need to. I don't know. I still believe that I have something, but I couldn't find it in the time trouble. I'm not sure what, but it's
Yeah, maybe knight h.
knight h5. Yes.
Just checking.
I don't know. I was always afraid of. Well, not here, not of b7. For example, if you play king if queen somewhere, and then. And then you play. Or if you
e4, queen e4, no?
Yeah, queen e4 is
Queen
possible.
e4?
Yeah, queen e4 is possible.
Maybe I can play g5 then.
No, this g5, I
Doesn't
thought
work?
I could go
Well,
for...
at least I don't have this problems with the
okay,
8th rank
Yeah.
and the knight f4.
Okay, here this plan is also the queen g5.
Yeah, I was thinking about queen g5, f6,
F6?
I think.
f6,
Then queen e3, queen g2. Queen a4 I have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this.
Rook b1. Oh, who knows what's going on? Nobody knows. Knight f4. I mean, it feels like I should have enough counterplay for this.
I think queen h5 is wrong because here, like everything.
Maybe
is,
I was
threatened.
I was thinking about queen g6, but then
Queen
I couldn't.
g3.
Queen g3.
Yeah.
And surprisingly, if I take, I b6,
And
b7,
this is lost.
and
Yeah.
I cannot stop the pawn. I mean, I
Yeah,
play knight
bishop
g7,
c7.
bishop c7, and yeah, then
I think
didn't
knight
see.
h5 is more interesting.
Maybe. Somehow I didn't find, the right way to coordinate my pieces here. Or even maybe bishop d5 doesn't work because of rook takes d5, I think.
Yeah.
And queen f7.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
yes. And if I play, for example, if I play bishop c8, trying to go there to b7. Can I play b7? For example.
No,
don't
I
know.
could just go rook c1, yeah?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, of course.
It's-
Don't have anything with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pawn is hanging. No, because first here, when I was playing queen h3, knight d6, I was thinking also about different lines that
Yeah,
goes
but these are
bishop
not-
g4
Yeah.
I had. Then you take, queen f4, I think, and the pawn is hanging here. And if I play knight g4, then you take, yes, you take, and knight e8, and you are threatening to give checkmate on g7, so it doesn't work. So it seemed okay, but somehow I don't know what else here. Very position is very difficult to analyze because even after 95 I didn't see anything. Somehow my pieces are not where they're supposed to be. I don't know, maybe I still have some plans and ideas. Queen h6 I was thinking at some point. b7,
B7,
knight
yeah.
f4.
No, but this...
But that, even this one, I think I was trying to.
I don't need to allow, yeah?
Maybe.
No, it's not required.
Some king h1, no? Or
Yeah.
well, just
Normal.
Yeah, I don't have any ideas left, I think, here. Yeah.
no, here it's lost, no? already.
Even after f5, but I thought that something else is winning as well. b7, I think. b7, yeah. Because if I play f4, you just go away. Nothing. I think I have.
Yeah, bishop h3.
Yes, it's some threat.
Bishop h3 is threatening me. I was thinking about something else here, but of course, after queen e5, suddenly I don't have any moves left.
Very interesting game, but okay, still a lot for analyze.
Yeah.
No, Alexandra, this opening. Okay, thank you.
We are back for the two remaining games to comment the outcome of those. As many moves have happened, Miss Hui Fan, if you remember the position when I was saying white would exchange queens, as eventually that happened. So in the position after this exchange of queens, the game followed like queen takes b1, rook takes b1, king f8, king f2, pawn to f4, bishop to f6, all logical moves, pawn takes, pawn takes. Miss Hui Fan has counted very well this possible position, because now bishop on c3 is hanging, and when bishop moves wherever on f6 or g7, wherever on this diagonal, it is clear that white will play rook takes b5, rook takes b5, and king c4, what would give to white certain advantage, as this b pawn starts running very quickly, and in general this knight now proves to be this more flexible piece than a bishop. But yes, it is still some way to go before you can clearly see that her advantage is getting already substantial, I would say. She has still to play very accurately, very correctly, but her way of starting this endgame is already showing very fruitful, because it is not easy for black now to defend. Black's position would be clearly slightly worse, in my opinion, and I think white's chances are becoming more serious than we could have expected when the whole endgame has started, because this move f4 is a remarkably good move, because it really forces this outcome in a way. And after king d3, Zhukova is now the one who thinks much longer. She has much less time now, about 10 minutes difference, because it is not easy for her to handle. Yes, now happens, you will see. So after bishop f6, what was eventually played, the move rook b5 happened, and it will be quite interesting to see how will Mrs. Zhukova defend this position, as I have impression that this will be really difficult for her. Rook a5 is coming probably very soon, maybe now already. Rook a5, or maybe first rook check on b7 and pawn to b5 immediately to push the pawn. It can also be a very strong option for white. Rook b7 check and b4 b5, for example. So king has to go to f8, and b4 b5 is just a strong run by this pawn. Or maybe simply rook a7, but then rook c3 may happen and take on a okay. But I think b4 b5 is extremely good move, as after rook c3 check, for example, white can probably even take it immediately, and after rook takes, king c2, rook takes a3, and now just a b6 move. It seems to me that the position is almost over, as the b pawn just will queen. Very soon it will queen. Rook will move, and b6, b7, that's it, yes. This rook, it's becoming very, very dangerous for Mrs. Zhukova, because her pieces are not doing much. The knight is excellent protector. It can be attacker as well later on if the knight is moved to some other squares, but for now, the most important, the knight is keeping this nice defensive square. Let's go back to Mrs. Skripchenko and Mrs. Skripchenko and Shade Malsharie, because that game also had a turnaround. Mrs. Skripchenko was having a much better position. She was in one moment, then she, in my opinion, got a worse game, I would say. But what has happened here is that now there are many ups and downs in this game, which I understand, yes, why they are not having a very good score in the tournament, because you can see now that from this position which arrived in the middle game, where black seemed to have a very comfortable play in game, she could have played maybe rook to a3 and to attack the pawn on c3, but she somehow went king f8, and after rook b2 she went queen a4, which is a little bit. In this position she went king f8. She could have played probably rook to a3 and just to press this pawn on. Maybe she was afraid of bishop c5 move, which might have also be possible, of course. Bishop c5, because the 8th rank is rather weak. When I was saying some time ago, I was saying that this knight on g5 is extremely strong piece, and it should have been changed already, because this knight now, if you see, she played king f8 move, which is, yes, okay, it looks a little bit artificial, because it would have been much better if she was able to play something like knight h7 move in such a position to hit this knight away, simply, and just to get rid of it, and then it would be much easier for her to play this position, because she has, she has nice game, but yeah, it is difficult to break in. Of course, she was, I understand, in this position, maybe knight h7 precisely is not working, but I want to say by idea just, because she was moving yes, with the queen, yeah. So, okay, what to say? After queen, rook b2 move, after king f8, rook b2, queen a4, and now after queen f1 move, it is very strange that she has allowed queen a3. Why didn't she play queen b5? It is, of course, mystery. But, yes, maybe she was always afraid of, yeah, maybe, I don't know, really, it is, yes, it's a mystery. Why didn't she play queen b5? She played queen a3 move, and she's going to resign probably very soon after queen takes c4, because the mating threat is so strong that it is unlikely she can get out of it with success after what she did before, yes? So, in general, I think, yeah, this is a bit unfortunate for her, because now maybe queen c6 is coming. There are many moves here. Queen c6, maybe rook to b3 is coming. I mean, there are many moves. Rook to b3 must be winning also. I mean, it's clear that, yeah, black's position is falling apart, of course. After this, there are no moves, just a piece. It will be a piece up for white. So, in this position, many things turned around. I don't know if it is due to time pressure, because they were already getting out of it, or what has happened. Maybe the Iranian player became tired or something, that she could blunder on c4, the mate on f7, and yeah, of course, the position just now suddenly collapses. What was not really expected, I would say. So, yes, this is going to be another loss for Mrs. Yes, she didn't play. She didn't dare to play rook b3 move. I don't know why, because it was just winning for her. But okay, now maybe we are going to get some kind of emotions again, because white stands better, of course, much better. But I'm sorry, she didn't. So she didn't play. After she didn't play rook b3, she played rook c2. And then it happened that bishop g5, a g5, yeah, white again stands, of course, stands almost winning, as, yes, the pawns are running simply, and the queen side is collapsing. So she's just, yes, losing this position. Mrs. Kademalsharia, yeah. They have, the time more or less doesn't matter now because the position is so much strong for white that it is, yeah, the game just becomes almost over, yes. Okay, we come back to Mrs. Zhukova. She did eventually play the move which we expected, and that was Mrs. Rook Ace 6. Mrs. Huyifan didn't want to play immediately Rook B7 check. She simply went Rook A5, and after Rook C2 move, I think my impression was that then she gave a check. No, she simply played B5. She simply played B5 move, which was, of course, yes, very much possible and very good. So she didn't play this. She played Rook A5, and after Rook to C2, white played simply B5, and this is going to be, of course, very close to winning for Miss Huyifan, because there are no moves for black, actually, how to protect this pawn running to queen. Miss Zhukova doesn't really have moves. She must play Rook C8 or Rook C5 move, or yes, but the position is simply lost. It is clear that the position is simply lost, as B pawn is running to queen. It's just Rook is behind. Somehow, miraculously has happened that Rook was very well placed on B1 after changing on queens, didn't have to move. And yes, it is now becoming a very, very strong position for white. Mrs. Huyifan will have the whole point lead if she wins this game, ahead of Maria Muzichuk and Hompi Koneru, who was able, yes, today to score also a very important win against Mrs. Kostenyuk, which she didn't play well, actually, because she gave lots of concessions in this game, and now it is, yeah. Now Huyifan simply has a open way to win this tournament. One point up before last two rounds is enormous advantage, and of course the best rated lady player in the world will prove her class if she finally gets the first place here, what she actually deserves, because she lost one game to Mrs. Koneru, which the position was, yes, very sharp, but somehow later Koneru outplayed Huyifan, which was remarkable, the way that she was defending and then she was attacking with the change up. And it was the critical time. Mrs. Huyifan was also a little bit lucky against the Iranian girl just before the free day, before yesterday. And she managed also to get out of those difficulties successfully. So it is clear that, she is very skillful to find good solutions in their game, in her games, to overcome certain critical positions and difficulties, and this is why she is where she is today, leading the tournament, and of course being the main contender to end up as a winner of this Grand Prix tournament. People are, of course, not surprised for that, because she has already shown her class in the men's competition as well, on many tournaments. She is growing now, maturing better. She has more knowledge, and not only this, but her improvements were coming because of better opening choice. Her improvements are coming because she deals now not only with simply attacking positions, but also with delicate positional secrets and positions of the game. It is not an easy for young player to be matured so much, especially in this age. But in today's world, with the computers, with everything, yes, the youth is progressing much quicker. This is why we have many young players who are just among the leaders in the chess world, in the top of the chess world. They are like Mr. Carlsen, who is leading all, of course, then Mr. Caruana, who is 2 years younger. You have Anish Giri of Netherlands today. You have Nakamura, who is still there, although he's a little bit older, some 3 years older than Carlsen. And they are, yes, making Bashir Lagrave, who has the same age of Mr. Carlsen. Yes, and there are many players of young generations who are really progressing. Some years ago, Mr. Rajabov of Azerbaijan was promising very much. We have many players who are doing, but of course they are not all keeping the same pace. So it is not a guarantee if they are very good by 24 years old that later on they will keep the same pace, because the competition is very hard and they need lots of sacrifice to keep on doing well. Now we are coming back to Mrs. Kripchenko has won her game. In this game there were many ups and downs, as I said before, and they are going to give some hints about their encounter of today. You will also probably present that there were some, these unexpected turns around, which finally favored Miss Kripchenko, and she finished as a winner. I say until a little bit later if Mrs. Huifan doesn't finish her game very quickly, because she stands in much better position, and it's very likely that she might also finish this game while this press conference takes place. If that
Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to analyze the game between Almira Skripchenko and Khadem Al-Shari Sarasadat. They just have finished the game in 56 moves. Almira won. A bit surprisingly. Almira, okay, what happened?
Yes, no, but at the end
explain.
I think it was just the
It
tiredness.
was quite equal, and
Yes,
later
and then,
something happened.
But also the game was so complicated. I think I've missed also many opportunities to get the advantage.
Yes, you were better. You were better for some moment. Later it was equal.
Yes, and at the end I think it's just we were fighting is between who is going to be more tired. So she,
okay.
And I thought that might be a possibility that Sarasadat is going to blunder this, because there's always mate on f7. So at least just one day the coin felt, on my side. But
okay, let's see. Probably some critical moment, Almira, if you want, because the game was too long.
Yes,
and
just first, of course, I started with knight f3 because I was going to face another e4, e5. And I didn't know what to do, so I just wanted to play some equal game. I don't know. Here I saw some games of Vladimir Kramnik, and everyone plays knight
just to
h4.
take this
the
bishop, yes, and later we will see.
And then then very simple, so I wouldn't get in the time trouble, because every game was in the time trouble. So like this.
Very simple play, no? Just go...
Maybe e4 first, but I think I didn't know what to do if they exchange queens.
Don't change queens.
So I didn't know what to, yes. But here, I think they take play e5, bishop b7, and castle. But Sarasadat wanted to delay castle. I also didn't know what to do. I knew that the g5 was the square for the knight, so let's see, 5. Actually, here I liked my position because I got the grip on g5. And okay, bishop g5, I just play with 2 bishops, so castle h4, a5. Here, just at some point, I was thinking if I can sacrifice this pawn, but I'm not sure, because knight b6, queen e2. Okay, I don't even know. Let's say maybe this knight is better, and then h5. Okay, to have this crazy idea. So I didn't know.
But probably it's nothing, no? She take or
Yes, but but then maybe yes. What do you do?
Bishop g5.
bishop g5, yes.
Yes, bishop g5. Let's say if I take bishop g5.
Knight b2.
Knight b2.
Yes,
Can you imagine?
yes. This is what I want actually. This the king g2
idea.
My idea is to give everything, and then because I think this is very dangerous. But during the game I didn't know what to do because your knights are far away.
Yes,
How
it's
are you going to
interesting. Looks
defend?
looks like it's danger.
But what if like g6? I don't.
G6. Okay. Now queen h6.
f6.
F6, queen g6. You
Queen
want
g7.
yes, you want. Okay, then I sacrifice too much. Okay, then queen h4. G6, queen h4. Yes. I switch to the king g2, rook h1. And now. Yes, this is now bishop f6 is coming. I don't know. Maybe f6 still. No, then I take on e5. I don't know, some crazy game. f6, bishop, queen h7. I don't know. So basically, this was my idea, but at the end I was playing like a chicken. So I played bishop h3. I don't know if it's some move decent. Actually, maybe because she wants to play with b5 anyway, maybe I should switch to bishop f1 anyways, because I really need this bishop to protect the d3 square. So I don't know, it's some useless move because b5, queen a2, knight f6 against h5, so I simply have to develop. So d8, d4, I know I played bishop g2, yes, this, and I was not sure. Wasn't it equal if you just exchange everything? I was thinking just because
I think it's equal,
yes,
no?
I really because I cannot without rooks actually this position is how am I going to?
You have bishops, but position
Yes.
somehow it's quite close.
Yes,
It's
so
not
actually
open.
I was thinking that this was
It's
quite
equal,
equal
I
because
think,
I
yes.
cannot exploit the weakness without a rook. I need one rook, but I didn't know how to avoid exchanging. Otherwise, you will just take the d5.
Now even queen d7 and change
Yes,
everything and
this
draw.
is
Should be.
okay. Should be, but still without. I think that I need one rook in this position, and actually that's what I.
And why didn't want you to change for somehow?
You thought that maybe.
No, I wanted to change, but I thought that
Are you
are
queen?
always in time.
Yes. Yes. No. And then was actually that was my idea. A3 to stabilize against the b4 or a4. And now, I think now black is starting to get a little bit, I don't know.
yeah, but I couldn't do anything.
Yes, pieces were misplaced. And that's exactly what I was thinking. Because now, rook d8, this, queen f3, at this point, queen d7, I was not sure. Because queen c3, queen c7, but what if I, maybe, but anyway, I want to put the bishop. I was thinking bishop h3, queen c7 back. And then bishop f1. Maybe I won one tempo. But compared to the game, you had already the bishop on f8. And now I want to play b4 with tempo. Because it's like very difficult to improve. Maybe a4 to prevent b4. But then I wanted to play a4. Yes, then I wanted to play queen c3, something like this. Or can I play c4 immediately?
c4 knight b3.
Yes, you have. Yes, that's why. No. That's why I forgot this. Yes.
Better not.
Yes, I wanted to play queen c3 and then bishop b3, and I don't know. So you have to defend rather passively. So we should just basically we came to
let's see,
to the
what
idea
happened,
this
because
this I repeated just in time travel. So finally b4 because I need to take the squares, and actually I got
Queen
very,
b3.
yes, very easy position to play. c3, rook d1, bishop b3, rook, and here actually I was completely obsessed with this bishop b6 idea. I'm not sure that rook d1 is okay.
No, it was a good move.
You think?
Yeah.
Because you think it's a blunder? Because I was thinking, why didn't I play bishop d2?
No, but
just
knight g4 was just a blunder. So
bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
But
but
if you come back,
knight f7.
oh my god, this I blundered.
You didn't see.
No. But this here, I was starting to lose track of the game. Also, I was so tired. I was thinking.
And after I played knight g4, I was.
You said no, because
you just played and you saw immediately. It's typical,
because the thing is that I was completely obsessed with this. Yes, but
yes, it didn't work.
But still, okay. Let's.
I don't think it worked.
I'm pretty sure that it doesn't, but and then
because the problem is f2.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Now it's
yes, king h8, and then I was thinking rook d2, g5, c5. Yes.
Yeah.
c5, and now I wanted to attack the knight. Okay, let's.
Knight h6.
Yes, knight h6. Because
looks not enough, Almira.
No, because my idea was bishop h3. No. But then if I don't protect, if I play this immediately. This. You're going to play queen f2? No. But then you're worse. Yes, what if I play this?
Yes.
Yeah, but I will.
What do you do?
Knight f6.
Knight f6.
But then wait,
probably
she can play
but then this
g6.
This now this is
just
this is going
g6,
to be really yes.
With queen g6, rook 8. I don't.
Rook where?
a2.
Rook a2. No, wait. I play first. Okay, I don't know. Yes, I play bishop b6 first.
Rook 8. Oh.
Yes. No. Now your pieces are all tied up. This this is. I was, but in the time trouble, really, we were missing, everything.
No, yeah.
Yes, that's the problem. But I couldn't.
So it was interesting, this bishop b6.
But at the end, of course, I didn't play neither bishop b6, neither bishop h3, and I played some completely crazy move because I was afraid already that I'm going to. And then she regrouped her pieces very nicely, and I was really very tired here, so.
Why didn't she take them?
Yes, she's okay. No, here
yes.
okay.
No, but you're okay. Because I didn't take because I wanted to have still some small chance to maneuver in the game because I thought that c4 pawn is. So here actually, that was very well. Then this. I somehow want rook d2, rook b2, then to push the pieces. I don't like this rook king f8.
Yeah, but somehow I wanted to change the queens, and I think it's better.
This was the idea because here this, and then I already am starting to get a little bit because then if you play this, I want to play queen e2, and then if you play rook d8, I play rook e2, and then you don't have this rook d3, and maybe I have rook a8. So now it's a little bit, I don't know. Probably it's still equal, but you have to be precise. And then, otherwise I will still play rook a2, exchange, and then we'll try to get because of this weakness on f7. But you blundered just immediately because she played queen a3, and then I just simply took. Yes, that was the blunder. Yes, and then it was over. Yes.
It's not even how to do.
No. Okay, knight d5, and then I simply defended, and then I took another
let's
pawn.
See how it finished because.
Yes.
But you could also play rook b3.
Yes, but I think anything was possible. Yeah. So here I just simply take and then queen e5, and then queen e5, and then rook d2. This is so.
Okay, you're lucky she resigned because probably she could play
a little
bit.
But in this position, I don't think.
No, okay, this is.
No, I understand. She's very correct. I mean, because
yes, I appreciate.
Somebody.
Of course, no, but I appreciate this. Moves. But I think that. Just everyone is hoping that the tournament is going to get to the end because for us it's like first time experience with Sarasadan, but many experienced players with Grand Prix, even for example my best friend Alexandrova, she played already so many, And even she doesn't have the strength, that the games are very, very difficult, and I think everyone is over-preparing. So that's why I actually played knight
Also, it's
f3.
round 9, everybody
Yes.
is very tired. Today I asked to Anna Muzichuk,
Yes.
she told she's okay. She
Yes.
has a lot of energy. I was very much surprised. I was thinking it's impossible already, but still.
No,
But I think you're very tired. Yes, no? You're completely already, no, probably.
But I think because this is our first Grand Prix, even there's age difference between me and so that I think that this is the idea that we try to do so well that we prepare so many openings that then at the end, okay, we don't have energy for the game.
For the game, yes. Probably sometimes I think it's even better to relax. Okay.
Okay.
It's already last
Thank you
game.
very much.
В плане, что, знаешь, постепенно. Sorry. Welcome to this press conference. Now we are going to talk with Hoifan and Natalia Zhukova. It's last game for today. It finished in 53 moves with victory of Hoifan. It was very interesting, very tough game. And now Natalia, Ifan, just explain us a little bit. Ifan, how to win so difficult game. Natalia, how could you beat number
maybe
one?
I will start, but if I will continue. This is all theory, which a new science game from my husband with White against Dominguez.
Just Grishuk Dominguez.
Grishuk Dominguez, yeah. And it was everything like this: bishop c2, c6. It's because it's logical. I don't know. Okay,
it's all theoretical.
Many games played in other, but this game continue. Bishop g5, queen c7, very strong. In this game, Dominguez shows a very clear plan, to how to equalize. I mean, take. It was like this, knight g4, take, and bishop e7, very strong move. And as I remember, in the game it was knight e3, bishop g5, bishop g5, probably knight d5, and Dominguez doesn't take on d5, just go somewhere with queen.
Maybe b7.
And then maybe b7, yeah, and then
Bishop
bishop b3, a5, a3, just to continue. Actually, just black was a little bit better, but game ended in draw. With no problem for black at all. And bishop b3 also, I remember this move, bishop g5.
Why? What happened?
No, I mean, if I laughing that I remember all these moves. Okay, and it was some game where I don't remember who plays knight e3, but it's possible to take here. Knight d5, bishop d5, and it's compensation. Here, but nothing more. I mean, just compensation for.
Very beautiful night, but probably
yeah, but nothing special.
nothing
yeah.
special. Yes, for one pawn.
So you defend on f4. This king f3. This I think it's logical. I mean to keep this knight on f1, not to allow, to put everything. Now we continue. Logical, I think. Rook d3, a5. It's very easy play for black. Knight g3, g6, and rook d1. Okay, now we discussed with Yefan. Maybe a4 was not so necessary. I mean, I can play here.
Just keep this tension.
Queen
okay.
Okay, I just thought that it's very concrete. It's good for me. I mean, a4, maybe queen e7. There's nothing wrong with my position at all.
Yeah.
Black is okay, no?
Of course, if I go back with the knight to the list and trying to go to e3 again to list,
Yeah.
that says queen b7.
Queen b7.
Okay.
And we can explain that it's no take on d6,
Yes.
because of, and if bishop f7. This I saw, actually, but...
Just losing. Yeah, white cannot take on d6. And
what to do, what to play.
yes, cannot play bishop d5, so has to go back.
Yeah, you can't play because I... And if I play for queen e7, you cannot take here, because I
Maybe
will...
just some king g7.
Yeah, just will play something. That's what...
Well, but actually, probably I can still keep this position because later on when you take on a5, I can still take on d6 and knight f5. Okay, but still it's perpetual. Yeah.
It's perpetual, yeah?
Yes.
So king g7.
But white has to move.
Yeah. It's very good position for black. I mean, just
Yes, if I'm not clear, what is your plan, no?
because
No.
It's difficult to say what. Yeah, because all pieces already in very good positions. Only knight, but knight cannot. So it's
also Sasha was in the trouble, during the game because this bishop on g5, so strong, just cut position,
Yes. This bishop is quite annoying. Yes.
So probably a4 was inaccurate move. I don't know. Yeah, just play king 7 because after a4.
Still not clear.
Still not clear, but you play here, and yes, you play knight f2. I thought that you will play knight f1, and I have a clear play, because this on
Queen
c3.
c6,
Yes,
queen
yes,
c4, yes.
just. And after knight e2, what to play, what to do. Okay, I play king g7, g3, queen d7, g2, h6.
Yeah,
Okay,
take on c6.
maybe I'm just better, I'm not sure because, okay, here we discussed now before the press conference that a3 was better because I have no move, just maybe just stay rook with rook, and then yes, she has one tempo more. But probably you missed this a3 queen c4.
Yeah.
Yes,
Cannot take
she
on
missed.
d6.
Yes, she thought that this d6, I should to protect.
Yeah,
Rook d8, just very
That's
strong
why
move.
back
After
pieces.
which, I think
Almost
okay,
to lose.
probably
it's
yeah.
difficult.
I'm
Maybe
not sure,
I
but
have to try
take,
some knight c1.
bishop g5, where knight d3. Oh no, I just lost.
Yes.
Lost.
Yes.
No, not just. So you saw this, and you play rook d5.
d5 is more or less forced.
Yeah,
And,
queen d3.
no, queen d3. Yeah, rook b8.
And here it's what for a long time. Maybe
You
to
cannot
take
take.
immediately. I don't know. I cannot calculate. Cannot estimate what to do. She will take with rook. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, of course she will take with rook.
Queen,
I'm not sure.
queen a2
This a pawn not so quickly go.
Yes,
Yes.
I think white can hold.
Yes,
with,
I
with some
think
queen
so. Also,
changes.
yeah,
For
no.
example, some king f1, queen d5.
Yeah.
To change the queen.
And this endgame, nothing special. That's why I play rook b8.
Yeah, rook
I
b8
was
also
worried.
very interesting.
Yeah, play rook a1 because it's my favor if you will change some rook. Yeah, for sure.
Yes,
of course. I mean that's why I play rook b8 and you play probably right move. I don't know. Queen 2, queen d1. And now you have, you just wanted to play king f1 and exchange my queen. You want to do? I don't know. Rook c8. You again doesn't take. I provoke you, but you you just play your plan. King f1. Rook c4. I don't know. Rook c3 immediately.
No, maybe after f3. Rook c3.
Yes, after.
Here, what to do? Maybe some move like rook a2.
Yeah.
And rook c8, rook d3.
Yeah.
Queen c4.
But just move the rook and
somewhere, yeah.
my king is very in danger, but for example, if you move the queen,
yeah,
I will
rook
play
e2.
rook c2.
No.
Maybe nothing.
I saw this, but I said, why to give,
Yes,
exchange?
yes.
I said,
Yeah,
of course. Good position,
Yeah, it's not
necessary.
too much.
Yeah, I just calculated everything, f5, h5, just, but nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
I still
special.
on time too.
No, I had time, and I had more time.
No, I mean, white is always in time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You just threat, this queen b1, unbelievable. Because after bishop e3 also threat rook c3, queen b1.
Yeah.
And if play here, queen b1, take. I don't know, I calculated, but probably.
You mean take on c3?
No, it's just bad, yeah.
Okay, maybe you can take and queen e2.
King e2, you think?
Okay, I'm not
check here and take.
Take on b5, check, and...
okay, just show. I just something calculated. Take on b5.
You want to play rook b3?
Yeah, that's what my idea. I just...
Or maybe, I'm not sure, here, king d1. Just to sacrifice, and I only start for this b pawn. I'm not sure.
Take on f3.
Maybe also interesting.
Take on b5.
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
take,
just
take. Maybe take here.
We are so tired, to calculate it now.
Yeah, but I
this
moved the
b
rook,
pawn.
Okay, b pawn very strong.
Yes, very strong. Yes.
So probably nothing. Yeah. That's why. Yeah, I calculated. I thought why to give everything. I thought that my position is totally safe. You know, I haven't seen some plan.
And then what happened?
I don't know what happened. You know, rook b6. Actually, you explain me what happened. King b1, take. But here I thought that everything is okay. You know, just everything comfortable.
Yeah. You didn't expect to lose this position, no?
Nothing. You know, nothing threat. You know, I thought, but.
And Ifan, what did you think?
Wow.
About evaluation.
No, I saved, right?
Now she was. I thought that you were happy, you know, because now no threat, you know, for you
anymore. And the idea is to move the king to d3 and trying to break with c4. So, but after king f8, it's not in time probably.
Yeah. You think it's king f8? It's correct move?
Oh, you think not? Or
no. I mean, I don't know.
Yes, it's logical.
Yes, it's logical, but how continue a game?
Maybe
you know?
King f6.
King f6.
No, it's same.
King f6. I was somehow worried about f4, but okay.
Yes, f4, right?
I mean, take. I'm not sure, you know.
Yes.
Yes, f4. You know, it's where to go with my.
Yeah, just in case.
King f8. No. King f8. Okay, king f8, king f2.
King f7.
King f7.
Yes.
And now f4. You know, unbelievable. I thought, what is this? What is this?
To quickly move my king to d3.
Yeah, but I thought it's impossible because everything, you know, and e4, it's e3, you know, I just was shocked, you know, what's this? Okay, I should go bishop f6,
yes.
King e3. What now to play? Queen d3 is idea.
I think what you played is reasonable.
Yeah, so maybe okay, if Annie explained me, yes, it was some move, you know, here, yeah. And if take, just take on b5. And take, yeah. I thought it is very bad, but...
Looks promising.
I mean, if b5, check, and if king b4, it's rook c2.
Yeah, no, I don't know where to go with this knight.
But who will?
You win b6?
Yeah, I mean,
stop
no,
the
not
pawn.
now. Yeah, not now.
okay.
But I mean, in general, yeah.
But first the knight.
Go somewhere. Knight c1. No?
Any place, yes.
Knight c1.
King d7. Oh no. Yes, because if you take, I have rook c4.
Okay, knight.
Oh no,
knight.
no, but rook c4 just king
Rook.
a5
Uh-huh.
and king a. No. Well.
Yeah. Knight.
Or maybe I should try h, but h5 is too much.
If h5 also, yeah. Why it's too much? It's interesting, no?
Yes, I was thinking king a5, king a6, but.
But what
King
wrong
F.
with king
No,
d7?
no,
What
yeah,
wrong?
king
First
d7
king
also
d7 and
possible.
later h5. For some counterplay at least. I don't know.
Maybe.
Take? Okay. Like this? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking h5 immediately,
really
just...
Because these 2 pawns is really.
b6, rook, king c8, yeah.
Yeah. It's not a bit slow.
Yes, probably something, no, for black or not?
No, but she doesn't.
No need to
Here,
go for
yeah,
this.
no need to go for this. Just to think here, you know, because, for example, b5, rook c8, maybe king d3, you know, who knows? Maybe not b5.
Yeah, or maybe king d5 also possible.
With idea, maybe.
With idea b5,
b5, rook
and
b4,
c8,
yeah.
maybe e5.
Yeah, this is looks
I
better.
thought it's so bad, you know.
Yeah.
just-
Yes.
But in the game, it's just lost by
Yeah.
force. Yeah, I saw actually, but I said it, nothing to do. Yeah, to play rook a5, rook c2, b5, and no
Yeah,
precise
okay, so
move. Actually, can you play here? No,
I was
b5?
wondering rook
Yes,
b2.
rook b2. Yeah,
Yeah, because.
because here it's nice, you know. If you play here take, it's no perpetual.
Huh? Ah.
Just check and knight 3.
Or king. Oh no. Yes. Knight c3 good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not necessary everything, you know. Just check and my king
Or you can.
feel normal.
Yeah, maybe this one, but it's already could easily take.
Yeah, it's
or
just
even
lost.
b6, b7.
b6 immediately, no?
b7. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, probably it's not
Yeah.
for syndrome.
Okay.
I don't know. So
It's very surprising, no, Natalia? I mean, almost don't make mistakes and
I don't know,
losing. No? Okay, what to do now?
yeah.
Thank you.